late last year, the major banks were reporting that they were putting on into the staff to bury their loans, to deal with hardship, and then that's changed. They've gone on into people, I want another mortgage, I want to change my mortgage, and they're seeing it where you get to Sydney where you get a median house price of a bit over $1.3 million at the moment, and almost $1 million in both Melbourne and Canberra. That's required a lot of workers. So that you've seen, it's more than 60,000 people have gone into finance, to a record number.
Makes sense. Given we're still in the midst of the pandemic and healthcare is under immense strain, what's happened with employment in that sector?
Well, if you go back to the start of this century, manufacturing was the largest employer. It's now been replaced easily. There's more than twice as many people in health as there are in manufacturing now, about 1.9 million. And so in raw numbers, so since the end of 2019, there's been about 235,000 extra jobs created across the economy. More than half of them have been in health, and they're in the areas that you think, in hospitals, for instance, in medical services. You've seen that increase in care. So everyone was expecting a lift in the health sector, because we've seen the amount of money that's being poured in by federal and state governments into providing health services. All those people hanging around at PCR testing sites, for instance.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's translated into that. So I think it's now more than 14% of the entire workforce is in health and social assistance.
Wow.
Which is a record proportion at the moment. And how much longer it continues to grow that quickly is another story.
33,000 extra jobs in the nation's hospitals alone, but as you say, all of those other ancillary services that we haven't quite seen before, all of those testing facilities and the like, explaining it as well. Other interesting trends that there's about more than 100,000 more people in agriculture and forestry and the like than there is in finance.
Sorry, around the wrong way.
Oh, that was in 2000 indeed, so that's changed. Yeah, indeed.
It's really changed. And this is like the civilization is based on increasing productivity and fewer people working in agriculture, and that trend has continued. Like the output from the agriculture, forestry and fishing sector is up, but it's being done with far fewer people. And the demographics in agriculture are also been working against that sector for such a long time. And that's what's seen. Like, as we've got richer, less money goes into agriculture and more money into more difficult, more high-value services such as finance.
Not so much an agrarian society anymore. I can't remember the figure of just how much investment in finance is in what they call sort of productive capacity. You probably know that number. But how would you describe the jobs market over the past couple of years and its response to all of the lockdowns and the bounce backs? It's been a wild ride.
Well, it has been a wild ride, and if you're Josh Frydenberg, you have to be exceptionally happy with how this has progressed, because you can remember when the economy was locked down in March and April last year, you saw the biggest increase in the number of people out of work on record. Like the graphs just ran off the page. They went so high, but the huge amount of resources that have gone into both the financial side and the health response side have paid huge dividends in terms of the jobs market. So now you've got unemployment at 4.6, but even before COVID, remember, and like governments love to claim credit for everything, but the Reserve Bank had started cutting rates even before COVID because it had realised the economy was probably too tight. The financial settings were too tight, and they hadn't started to loosen. And so, yep, the federal government is running a $100 billion deficit. The Reserve Bank has actually effectively created $300 billion over the last 18 months, out of nowhere. And that is sloshing around the economy right now. So you can't discount that aspect to the entire economic story and the job story for the country.
Makes me wonder what happens next. I think I read an article yesterday, and these figures might be wrong too, but it was something like you shouldn't expect to get like a 14% rise in your share market portfolio or a 24% rise in your house value every year. So therefore, what should we expect from 2022?
Well, if house prices went up another 24%, I think there's future generations would be belting down the doors for those houses they couldn't afford to get into, you'd have huge issues. The issue around the share market's also tied to what's going on with the Reserve Bank. Interest rates globally are at record lows. And so everyone's got cheap money and that's flowing in. But you can see, we've already seen in the last 6 to 8 weeks, some central banks increasing their interest rates because of the concern about inflation. The financial markets here in Australia just don't believe the Reserve Bank is going to stick at 0.1% until 2024, as they've said previously. The markets are expecting the cash rate to go up probably from the middle of the year. So the absolute run of cheap money that has fostered so much investment into areas that may be questionable when there's a real price on money rather than an artificially low one, that will actually, that's the expectation we will see that turn this year.
And that is Shane Wright. He is Senior Economics Correspondent for The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald newspapers. He was speaking there with Glenn Bartholomew. Time now to take a look at sport with Brianna Holden.
Well, taking a look at cricket, and COVID-19 cases have increased in the Ashes camps, with Australia batter Travis Head ruled out of the fourth test through a positive PCR result. Meanwhile, England will be without 4 coaches, and referee David Boone is also in isolation following his return of a positive COVID-19 test. Additionally, Cricket Australia announced today 11 cases of the virus across just 2 Big Bash League teams. To take a look at the unfolding situation, here's ABC Sports' Matt Clinch.
It's been a challenging time in Victoria and in New South Wales. And how cricket was going to try and handle that over the next couple of weeks was always going to be interesting. So, as you mentioned, the first of the Australian players has tested positive, with Travis Head having to stay in Victoria in line with the Victorian health recommendations. So, from a structural point of view, Usman Khawaja could be the likely replacement for him at number 5, but they've added Mitchell Marsh, Nick Mattinson and Josh Inglis into the Australian squad to try and provide some cover. So this comes alongside with the England coach Chris Silverwood, who will miss the 4th test in Sydney after he has to isolate for 10 days after being identified as a close contact to a positive 19 case. So we sort of knew in the days after the first day of the Boxing Day test that there were some positive cases amongst the England camp. That rose from 4 to 6. Most of them have been amongst the family of the support staff, not the actual players. So the England players were tested over the last 48 hours. They all tested negative, so they've given the green light to fly to Sydney. The charter flight from Melbourne to Sydney with the Australian players was delayed today just to make sure they could all receive negative tests before flying to Sydney. But it's going to get really challenging with borders. Victoria and New South Wales, not so much, but maybe for New South Wales then heading to Tasmania for the 5th test is what might happen there. We did, of course, see earlier in the year a test match between England and India having to be abandoned because there was just too many positive cases amongst the Indian camp. We're hoping it won't come to this, but it's becoming an ongoing challenge how sport can continue to operate in a time where the numbers are rising so much in New South Wales and Victoria. So I'm imagining the players' movement will be limited. They'll probably only be allowed to move from the ground to the hotel and trying to minimise their movement outside of those routines will be one of the challenges, not just for the Australian players, but also for the England players who have had to do a lot of isolating over the last couple of months.
Do we know what happens if a player tests positive for COVID during the last 2 matches?
Yeah, so under the ICC rules at the moment, there's the opportunity to substitute a player out should they test positive for COVID, and a replacement player will be able to come in. It's almost a like for like that the team has to identify at the start of the test match in terms of their squad and what are the players that, I guess, in the event if there was a positive case for a batter, a bowler, and supposedly for an all-rounder, but it hasn't had to happen at this stage, thankfully. But that would be the worst case scenario, I guess, from a test match perspective. And even though Australia has retained the Ashes, if they were to have multiple players who tested positive, you think that would certainly have to delay the test match, if not postpone it. And what that would mean for the rest of the series, I guess none of us know.
And the Big Bash League has got some trouble on its hands too.
Yeah, positive cases at multiple clubs, including 15 among the Melbourne Stars players and staff. So we saw last night the match between the Melbourne Stars and the Perth Scorchers had to be postponed. We're led to believe the New Year's Eve clash tonight might be able to go ahead with some quick scrambling. This is obviously taking place between the Adelaide Strikers and the Sydney Thunder. We've seen some of the Sydney Thunder players that have been tested positive. So under the South Australian health advice, it will require them to agree to have no contact with the public and almost to use separate change rooms if they're allowed to play. We did see this slightly in the BBL when Andre Russell came in, the West Indian player, to join the Melbourne Stars. He wasn't allowed to mingle with any of his teammates, and when he got a wicket, Glenn, believe it or not, he wasn't able to high-five them to celebrate. operate. So they have had some experience with this. How successful and how long that can continue on for, I guess all that is still up for debate.
That was ABC Sports' Matt Clinch with Glenn Bartholomew.
Thanks, Bree. Now, the Australian share market closed lower today on the final day of the year. The ASX 200 dropping 0.9% to finish at 7,444 after setting a new 50-day high yesterday. The Aussie dollar, that's holding steady at 72.5 US cents. Let's take a look at the weather for the first day of 2022 in Brisbane. Currently 23 degrees, dropping to 20 tonight, and showers and 27 to start your year, Saturday. In Sydney, it's 24 right now, an overnight low of 20, then a mostly sunny high of 29. 28 in Canberra at the moment, a mostly sunny day tomorrow with temperatures from 13 to 31. Melbourne right now, it's 31 degrees. And tomorrow you're in for a mostly sunny one, 22 to 37 degrees, the temperature range there. In Hobart it's 20, 14 the low, partly cloudy, and 26 the high tomorrow. Adelaide currently 38 degrees, an overnight low of 22 and a partly cloudy high of 34. Perth 27 degrees at the moment, down to 17 tonight. A sunny first day of the year for you and a high of 29. And in Darwin it is 31 right now. Down to 28 tonight, a possible shower for your Saturday, the 1st of January, and a top of 33 degrees. Well, in the next half hour of the program, cases soar, but thousands are heading to New Year's Eve celebrations to farewell 2021. We'll take a look around the country. Right now, 7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 6:30 in South Australia, 6 o'clock in Queensland, 5:30 in the Northern Territory, and 4 o'clock in WA.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Thousands of people are lining Sydney Harbour for New Year's Eve celebrations. But as Ruby Cornish reports, those who haven't got a ticket are being told to stay away.
As expected, the crowds are a lot smaller than we've had in previous years on Sydney Harbour for New Year's Eve. But in saying that, there is a sizable crowd down here around Mrs Macquarie's chair. This is a ticketed event. Not all the tickets have sold, so there is plenty of room for people to spread out and social distance. People are being encouraged not to travel into the CBD at all this evening unless they have a ticket to one of these vantage points or a reservation at a venue. People are being encouraged to use public transport, but if you do that, you need to wear a mask indoors, and if you can't socially distance outdoors, you need to wear a mask as well.
Thousands of people will be descending upon the Darwin waterfront tonight to ring in the new year. Amy Shark and the Veronicas will be headlining the ticketed event with fireworks at both 9 p.m. and midnight. Kathy Burns from the Waterfront Corporation says while the event's not yet sold out, there are COVID safety measures in place.
We've reduced the capacity down from 10,000 to 9 to be able to ensure that there's some safe distancing. Plus also too with our different zoning as well, that's helping with that, being able to zone people in different areas as well. Then it's just that everyone just needs to be mindful of COVID, keep your distances while you're in lines.
A bushfire which began on the South Australian side of the border is now threatening properties in Victoria. The Victorian CFA says the emergency level grass fire has crossed Ferguson's Road near Ryan's Road at Pelagelo and could impact properties in the next 2 hours. The fire's burning in an easterly direction, currently inside a private plantation. A man's died after he was hit by falling debris at a popular surf beach in Victoria. The 28-year-old sustained serious injuries to his upper body when parts of the cliff at Bells Beach in the state's south gave way just after 2 o'clock. He died while being airlifted to hospital. 2 others were taken to hospital with minor injuries. The Australian Medical Association says National Cabinet's definition that a close contact is someone who spent 4 hours or more with a confirmed case makes no sense. Comments come as National Cabinet's amended rules announced just yesterday. There's now no obligation for positive cases to return a negative test before they end their isolation. President of the Australian Medical Association, Dr. Omar Khorshid, says Omicron speds through very brief exposure and the case numbers show a scary trajectory.
20,000 today might mean 50,000 in 3 or 4 days. It might be 100,000 a day, in a week or two. And those are extraordinary numbers that not only the testing centres won't cope with, but the hospitals and other essential parts of our communities just won't cope.
A state of emergency has been declared in the US state of Colorado as fast-moving bushfires burn north of Denver. Hundreds of homes have been destroyed, tens of thousands of people have been evacuated. A prolonged drought and wind gusts of nearly 170 kilometres an hour are fueling the fires, which started from sparks from power lines. Colorado Governor Jared Polis says one of the fires, known as Marshall, has caused catastrophic damage.
The eyes of the nation of Colorado turn to Boulder County. This area is right in and around suburban subdevelopments, stores. 1,600 acres near a population center can be, and is in this case, absolutely devastating.
A court in the Vietnamese capital Hanoi has sentenced a man to 5 years in prison and another 5 years probation after finding him guilty of spreading propaganda. Here's the BBC's Celia Hatton.
Lê Trong Hung is a longtime activist and citizen journalist, handing out copies of the Vietnamese constitution and helping those who wanted to petition the government, particularly in land dispute cases. He also tried to run as an independent candidate for a seat in Vietnam's National Assembly, but he was arrested in March, 2 months before the election. Lê Trong Hung's wife, a fellow activist named Do Lê Na, was prevented from attending the trial. She's complained on social media about the aggressive monitoring she and her 2 young children have experienced during her husband's detention.
And Adelaide Zoo has welcomed a new 5-year-old female Sumatran tiger named Delilah, who's arrived from Australia Zoo in Queensland. The zoo hopes to introduce her to a 7-year-old male Sumatran tiger in a bid to breed cubs as part of its conservation efforts. It's estimated that only around 300 to 500 Sumatran tigers remain in the wild. Delilah is currently in quarantine at the zoo's specialist facilities with the aim to be out in exhibits in late January. ABC News.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Well, we're heading into a new year, but the same pandemic as COVID cases saw isolation rules are being eased once again. Thousands are also still heading to New Year's Eve celebrations to farewell 2021. And imagine if your local government set you up on a date. Shortly, a Chinese take on online dating. Well, remember when it took 2 weeks to flatten the curve? Well, we're about to enter a 3rd year of COVID-19, with case numbers exploding beyond anything imaginable just a month ago. And yet, precautions are being relaxed even further. The Prime Minister says National Cabinet has agreed that people with COVID will no longer need to prove they're negative on day 6 of isolation, so long as their symptoms have subsided. It's a sign the country doesn't have enough rapid tests, but some health policy experts say the change is only going to fuel the Omicron outbreak, and by not making rapid antigen testing free, it'll place the burden of disease on the poor. Alexia Atwood reports.
Sydney resident Dan Morgan Clark's parents have both received a positive COVID result on rapid antigen tests. Feeling sick, stressed and not very comfortable navigating the internet, his mum wanted to speak directly to someone from New South Wales Health about how to manage the illness. But after days of trying, she didn't have any luck.
So she eventually spoke to someone and they transferred her to a queue, which she was on for about an hour. It said she was 67 on the queue and then it just cut out. So they've sort of, they just felt really let down by the system, I guess, and just a little bit scared of it all.
On Thursday, in addition to redefining close contacts, National Cabinet announced the country would start relying more heavily on rapid antigen tests, and that COVID-positive people must take them 6 days after their exposure to the virus before leaving isolation. But not 24 hours later, the federal government dropped that requirement, saying day 6 tests were no longer necessary. Dan Morgan Clark reckons it's clear the government can't cope with the Omicron wave.
Every man for himself, and they don't really seem to care. Even with the changing of the rules, like today, how they've sort of wound that other one back, it seems like it's purely just because they can't cope and to make it easier on the system. Public health isn't the reason they're doing it.
Dan says his family feels let down.
You had faith in sort of, right, if this happened or if you're positive, this would happen. If you were new people that were positive, you'd find out about it. And I know for our family, because of certain health reasons within members of our family, that was really important to us. Now it just feels like it's a lucky dip.
Dr. Leslie Russell from the Menzies Centre for Health Policy and Economics at the University of Sydney is also critical of National Cabinet's latest policy shifts.
A lot of what we're seeing is trying to change the optics of the pandemic rather than actually trying to change the outcomes of the pandemic. And if all we focus on are the optics, then I think disaster looms. And I think we're losing the ability to understand exactly what's happening with the spread of the virus, who's getting it and where it is spreading. We really need to know that information in order to make public health decisions about where resources and efforts are needed. Or are we going to, as it apparently appears, just throw our hands in the air and say there's nothing we can do?
Dr. Russell also criticised the government's decision not to make all rapid antigen tests free, saying lower socioeconomic communities may end up carrying the burden of disease.
Let's say you're a family of 5, 3 children, parents who want to go and visit grandparents. You want to take a rapid antigen test. You're supposed to do at least 2 rapid antigen tests. So that could be either 5 or 10 tests for the family. And at the current inflationary rate that these tests are available, assuming you can get hold of them, that could cost you $100 or $200. A lot of families don't have a spare $100 or $200 to spend every time they go to visit grandma.
CEO of the Council of Small Business Organisations Australia, Alexi Boyd, says small businesses are already facing unaffordable prices for rapid antigen tests.
We're hearing stories of people in northern Queensland who are paying $35 per test. Now, small business owners need to be able to access those tests to keep their workplaces open.
Alexi Boyd says it's disappointing Australia hasn't learned from countries like the UK and Germany that heavily subsidise or make rapid antigen tests free.
Small businesses feel a little bit abandoned and they're very fearful of being closed for a whole week. Now, if you live in Canberra and you're not thinking about, or you've never had any experience running a small business, that to them is just a week. But in fact, if you're an ice cream shop owner in the central coast of New South Wales, and that 1 week actually equates to many, many weeks of income, because over the next 6 months you haven't got that same level of income. That is completely debilitating for a small business owner.
That's Alexi Boyd from the Council of Small Business Organisations speaking with our reporter Alexia Atwood. Well, as major cities across Australia gear up for New Year's Eve celebrations in a few hours from now, state and territory leaders are urging partygoers to stay home if you're feeling unwell. COVID cases have been skyrocketing. In New South Wales, case numbers have more than tripled this week, hitting more than 21,000 in the latest testing period. Across the country, though, premiers say health systems remain strong. Nell Whitehead has more.
Across Australia, the Christmas hangover is starting to hit. New South Wales reported more than 21,000 new cases today, almost matching yesterday's national total, and there were 6 deaths in the state. Victoria posted another record, 5,919 cases and 7 deaths. And transmissions are ticking up in the previously COVID-free states too. Here's Stephen Marshall, Premier of South Australia, which counted more than 2,100 cases today.
This would seem to be linked to activities that occurred on or around Christmas Day. This is one of the reasons why we had to move very, very quickly to try to slow the exponential growth of positive cases here in our state.
To curb the spread, the Northern Territory, where there are 60 new cases, has become the last jurisdiction to mandate masks indoors from 6 p.m. tonight. And many Australians are dodging crowds. PM spoke to some across Darwin, Sydney and Caboolture, north of Brisbane.
Just a quiet one, which is most of my family's in New South Wales, so we didn't see them this year, grandparents and stuff. It is what it is, really.
Crowd's a bit concerning to go out, and we think it's going to be very overbooked in other places, so we're just going to wing it and hopefully stand from a distance, watch the fireworks if we can.
Well, we're staying out of the high-density areas.
We will celebrate at home in a safe place with my family. Yes, we don't go out tonight.
Yeah, as for our plans tonight, I think it's going to be very low-key, but still trying to catch up with our loved one and friends.
But thousands of Australians are preparing to party as celebrations forge ahead across major cities.
Social distancing in the nightclub, just make sure 1.5. Other than that, just partying on.
It is a worry, but you just sort of keep living life.
We're going to Caloundra to hang out with a couple of our friends. So that's pretty much just at a house party.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit concerning and, probably should be at home, but here we are.
Yeah, we just flew up here from Byron, so we're just up here to enjoy New Year's Eve and look at the fireworks and enjoy the harbour.
The big surge in cases in New South Wales isn't going to stop you going out?
No, absolutely not. There's a festival at Victoria Park, so we're going to go there and, have fun. It won't be really COVID friendly, but I'm kind of happy for the DJs and the, our hospitality venues that are opening up. They probably need it. I mean, they've been shut down for 2 years. It's something we're going to have to end up living with eventually.
Tonight's gatherings are almost certain to set off a further spike in cases. But across the country, premiers insist that their health systems are bearing up just fine. In New South Wales, where ICU admissions have ticked up slightly to 69, the Premier Dominic Perrottet maintains he's confident the vaccine will do its job.
We would never believe we would have got to a position of a 95% vaccination rate, but that is what we are on track to achieve. And that's coming through the numbers that we're seeing. Whilst the case numbers are substantially increasing, compared to where we were with the Delta variant, our position remains incredibly strong.
But some experts fear that with cases soaring, the health system will be swamped, particularly in understaffed regional areas. Here's Raina McIntyre from the University of New South Wales' Kirby Institute.
We're seeing more than 20 times the peak daily cases than we were during the Delta wave. And even if the hospitalisation rate is half what it was with Delta for Omicron, if you're having 10 times or 100 times more cases, that's still going to stress the health system as much, if not more.
So is there a real chance of hospitals being overwhelmed, particularly in New South Wales, given the numbers?
Yes, I think so. I mean, that's because of all those factors coming together. The fact that we've got low third dose vaccination rates, it really hasn't been prioritised or approached with the urgency that it should have been. The message that you need that third dose has not got through.
But tonight, that won't keep a lot of Australians from the crowds.
Nell Whitehead there. Additional reporting from Rachel Mealy and Carly Williams. You're listening to ABC News Radio. I'm Laura Chillingirian. The headlines. 11 people in South Australia have been wrongly notified of their COVID test results after an error in assay pathology. A state of emergency has been declared in the US state of Colorado as fast-moving bushfires burn north of Denver. An air and marine search is underway to find a diver believed to be missing off the coast of Margaret River, south of Perth. And in the NBA, a COVID outbreak continues to wreak havoc on the league, with up to 36% of referees under COVID-19 protocols. Well, for the better part of this year, the federal government has been talking up its new agriculture visa, which most Australian farmers hoped would be up and running by now. On the 1st of October, the government made changes to migration regulations to allow for the creation of the visa, but 3 months on and there haven't been any workers arrive yet under the new scheme. The CEO of the Northern Territory Farmers Association, Paul Burke, says despite plenty of promises, industry was always sceptical the ag visa would be ready in time, but he hopes that can change quickly in the new year.
So we were always fairly suspicious that the ag visa would be in this year. There was a significant amount of work that needs to be done in countries, so with participating countries, and that was very difficult when borders of some of those countries were closed. So we're fairly confident that the ag visa will be up and running come February, March. The NT has put their hand up to be the pilot program, and one of the beauties of doing the pilot program in the Northern Territory, and we did the pilot program for the seasonal workers and the Pacific Labour Scheme back in 2015 and did the restart during COVID of the seasonal worker program. We think we can add some value in being the pilot program area. And it's also cross-commodity visa. So originally when we were putting the idea up, it was a horticulture-based visa, but now it's open to all agricultural industries and forestry, and includes some of the processing jobs as well. And we all know that bachelor abattoirs found it really difficult this year to attract workforce. So we think that we can have a really diverse pilot program across multiple sectors, and we think that'll add a lot of value into the ag visa moving forward.
So if you're sceptical that it was never going to be ready in time for this year, when are you expecting it to arrive?
I would be really surprised if the first visas are not issued in that February-March period, so we're not far away.
The first quarter of next year. Yeah. Will Evans from the NT Cattlemen's Association, is the ag visa on the lips of cattle producers?
I think we probably mirror Paul's scepticism around some of the details with this. We've been really waiting to see exactly what's written down on the piece of paper, and certainly pretty keen to see what the countries in Southeast Asia are thinking of this. We're cautiously optimistic, I think is probably the right way to put it, Matt, but I mean, a regional workforce has been a massive challenge for us this year, and certainly last year, and for a lot of our remote stations it's always difficult, but the reality of not having backpackers available to us for some of those sort of low-skilled, low-labour sort of jobs has been a real challenge. And then obviously government making changes to visa conditions without consulting with industry was a bit of a concern, and now we've been promised this, I guess, light at the end of the tunnel. But yeah, I think I'll believe it when I see it.
That's Will Evans, CEO of the NT Cattlemen's Association, speaking to Matt Brann. So where is the ag visa? And where are the workers? The Federal Agriculture Minister David Littleproud says bilateral agreements with overseas nations were now the responsibility of DFAT and its Minister Maurice Payne. Here's Minister Littleproud speaking on Sky News.
Well, look, the ag visa was put in place, came into effect, in fact, on the 1st of October. And all we're waiting on now are the bilaterals with a number of Southeast Asian countries that Maurice Payne is negotiating with. She's been doing that for some time, and we're hoping and we're very confident that very soon she'll finalise those bilaterals, and in fact we may move on to other countries to expand it. But you have to appreciate that these countries have to agree to it. Just because Australia arrogantly puts out an ag visa, it doesn't mean everyone signs up to it. And the Foreign Minister has been working hard, but the structure's in place. It's been in place since the 1st of October.
Well, that's the Agriculture Minister, David Littleproud. Well, now for a Chinese take on online dating. One Chinese city is taking love affairs into its own hands by building an extensive dating database for its single residents. The local government of Lianzhou hopes that the state-run database will help find local bachelors and bachelorettes their perfect match. Heather Chen is a senior reporter for Vice News in Singapore, covering Asia. She explains how single people are responding to this strange matchmaking.
It's been actually surprisingly, funnily positive, although there is some negative reaction online on Weibo. But there are people who make actually good points that it's been increasingly hard to meet other people in China now that the pandemic is still going on. So a lot of them are welcoming the move for the government to be setting up this database and organizing sessions for them to meet each other.
And is it because people have been complaining during the pandemic of not being able to see each other, not being able to, interact or have dates, that this all came about?
Yeah, I think it kind of stems from that as well. And funnily enough, because of China's zero COVID strategy, some people are saying that it adds another dimension, element to it, because if they screen for vaccination status, and it kind of allows them for a bit more transparency in removing that hurdle from meeting someone else.
Though by the same token, it also means that people's details, everything is then entered into this database, including your vaccine status, which some may not particularly feel is right, but other details about them. What other things are they gathering? What other information in order to match them with suitable partners?
Well, so I've seen from comments so far, it seems to be age, gender, if they've been married before, but also personal details of what they like doing in their spare time or the kind of like traits and characteristics of partners that they would like to have.
So I'm curious, Heather, what have you been reading online from people who may have, signed up for this? Have they already started going out on dates? How will the dates be, seeing as we are in the midst of a pandemic, especially in a country with this zero level for COVID?
Right. Oh, I've seen actually, okay, because in some sense, like the Chinese.
Overbearing parents to make sure their matches work. And what does that look like when you have a party official, trying to matchmake for you?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's where some of the skepticism is coming from. But in a sense, like I did find it kind of strange that I have been seeing comments coming in from young Chinese people who are, I think, naturally kind of like apprehensive about being match-made, saying that they're just going to give it a try because of everything in the pandemic.
That's Heather Chen there, a senior reporter for Vice News, speaking with the BBC's Bola Masuro. Now with sport, here is Brianna Holden.
Well, starting with cricket, Laura, and tonight's Big Bash League match between the Adelaide Strikers and Sydney Thunder has just gotten underway. That's despite a cloud of doubt because 4 members of the Thunder squad had returned positive COVID-19 PCR tests earlier today. The remainder of the squad are negative, and BBL and SA Health have put in place additional safeguards to protect all involved in the match tonight. That's of course following the news Australia batter Travis Head will miss the 4th test after a positive COVID-19 PCR result. That's of course in addition to match umpire David Boone and 4 England coaches. Sticking with cricket, and India have won the first test on the tour of South Africa with a 113-run victory in Centurion. The Tourists bowled out the Proteas 191 on the final day, with Jasprit Bumrah best of the bowlers with 3 wickets. South African captain Dean Elgar top scored with 77. And after that result, South African cricketer Quinton de Kock announced his retirement from Test cricket. He says the decision came down to wanting to spend more time with his family, but he will still be available for the white ball formats. The 29-year-old was embroiled earlier this year in a controversy during the T20 World Cup for his reluctance to take a knee in the widely understood gesture against racism. To tennis now, an Australian player, Alex de Minaur, says he's confident ahead of his first ATP Cup match against world number 7, Matteo Berrettini. The number 34 ranked Australian plays on Sunday after his teammate James Duckworth takes on world number 10, Yannick Sinner, to open the tie against Italy in Sydney. De Minaur says the promise of tough matches is what makes the tournament great.
Well, I think this is the beauty of this ATP Cup at the start of the year. I've experienced it before, and it's a great way to kind of see where I'm at. These are the kind of matches I want to be playing.
Meanwhile, Australian great Leighton Hewitt says the season opening cup promises the best atmosphere a local tennis tournament can offer. Australia plays Italy on Sunday before taking on France and Russia later next week. Hewitt is captain of that team and remembers fondly the 2020 run to the semis.
The boys got to play the quarters and semis here against Great Britain and Spain. Was as good an atmosphere as I've seen in Australia for a long time at a tennis match.
Looking at basketball, and in the NBA, Matisse Thybulle has come out on top in the battle of the Aussies, with the Philadelphia 76ers downing Patty Mills' Brooklyn Nets by 8 points, 110-102. Thybulle also outscored his fellow Australians 6-5. However, Mills and the Nets remain top of the Eastern Conference with a 23-10 record, while the Sixers are 6th with 19 wins after their 35 games this season. And the COVID outbreak in the league continues to wreak havoc on the NBA, with up to 36% of referees under COVID-19 protocols. 25 of the league's 70 active refs are currently in quarantine. The high number of cases has meant at times this season there have been games with only 2 referees instead of the standard 3. However, all NBA officials are 100% vaccinated. And finishing with soccer, where a robbery has left Manchester City fullback João Cancelo with cuts to his face after he attempted to fight off criminals. The 28-year-old posted an image of his injuries on social media, explaining he was attacked by 4 men who then stole jewellery from his home. Cancelo is reportedly not seriously harmed and is currently helping police with their inquiries. The Portuguese defender has appeared in all but one of City's games in the Premier League this season.
A look now at the capital city weather for this afternoon or this evening, and also for New Year's Day. Brisbane 23 degrees right now, showers and a top of 27 on the way for you tomorrow. In Sydney, currently 24 degrees. It'll be a mostly sunny 29 for the first day of the year. Canberra currently 27. You're in for a mostly sunny top of 31, dropping down to 13 this evening though. In Melbourne, starting to cool down a little bit. It's 30 degrees right now. Down to 22 tonight and a mostly sunny top of 37 tomorrow. In Hobart, it's 19 right now. You're in for a partly cloudy high of 26. Adelaide still 38 degrees. Tomorrow a bit cooler, partly cloudy and 34. In Perth, it's 27 right now. 17 the low and a sunny 30 for the first day of January, and 31 at the moment in Darwin. Possible shower tomorrow with a top of 33 degrees. Well, right after the news, even though WA is keeping its case numbers low, Perth CBD retailers and businesses say they're struggling to get customers back through their doors. We'll take a look at that first, though. It is time for a news update. 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, 7 in South Australia, 6:30 in Queensland, 6 in the Northern Territory and 4:30 in WA.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Fire crews from South Australia and Victoria are battling an emergency level bushfire on the border east of the South Australian town of Rattenbully. South Australia's CFS says the Eden Hope Road grass fire is uncontrolled, burning in a southeasterly direction towards Fullertons Road in Victoria and Border Road in South Australia. They say the fire may pose a threat to lives, and CFA crews in Victoria also say they're preparing for a wind change could make conditions dangerous and unpredictable. The New South Wales Premier, Dominic Perrottet, is urging people to remain calm as the state's coronavirus case numbers nearly double again. The state's recorded just over 21,000 cases, up from about 12,000 the previous day. The state is preparing to further relax testing requirements for international travellers to ease pressure on laboratories. Mr Perrottet says New South Wales is in a strong position despite the rising headline numbers.
I know and understand that many people across our state today are anxious. But just like the challenges of the last 2 years, we will get through this challenge as well and come out stronger the other side.
Western Australia has recorded one new local case of COVID-19 today. It brings the current outbreak to 14 cases. There were a further 4 cases of the virus that were detected in returned travellers, all of whom are in hotel quarantine. Authorities have now also identified a number of new exposure sites across Perth and Bunbury as a result of the new case, and West Australians are being urged to check the Healthy WA website and get tested if required. An advisor to the World Health Organisation says there's likely to be more than 10,000 daily cases in Victoria within days. It's recorded 6,000, just under 6,000 new infections overnight and 7 deaths. Hospitalisations have risen over the past day, up from 395 to 428. Professor Mary Louise McLaws says new isolation rules agreed to by National Cabinet will only accelerate the Omicron wave.
Omicron is said to double in 2 to 3 days. So the doubling time is very, very rapid. So, don't be surprised if you're working up in the next 2 to 3 days to 10,000 cases.
Police are urging South Australian revellers to be responsible and respectful while participating in public New Year celebrations tonight. The fireworks display at Rymill Park will go ahead despite coronavirus case numbers. Assistant Commissioner Noel Bamford says police will be looking out for people who are not adhering to social distancing and mask requirements.
It is going to be a good night for people to enjoy themselves, but we just ask that you do it in a COVID-safe way. And we're not going to be measuring the distance between people, but we are going to be out and we are going to remind people if they are in large groups and they're ignoring all the requirements.
The loved ones of Chase Harrison, who was one of the victims of the Devonport jumping castle tragedy, have remembered him as a beautiful young man whose life was cut tragically short. Chase has been farewelled today after he and 5 other Hillcrest Primary School students died earlier this month when a gust of wind picked up their inflatable jumping castle, causing them to fall from a height of 10 metres. Chase's basketball coach, Matt Stazica, was among the teachers paying tribute to the young man, who he says carried his heart on his sleeve.
Dear Chase, our number 14, our teammate, friend, brother, warrior for life. Thank you for the last 5 years and starting this basketball journey with us. Thank you for your energy and effort and your patience as we grew together as a team. Thank you, Chase, for just being you.
Heading overseas now, and a man who tried to run as an independent candidate for a seat in Vietnam's National Assembly is due to go on trial in Hanoi today. But as the BBC's Celia Hatton reports, Human Rights Watch is calling for his immediate release.
Lei Trung Hung gave up a career as a science teacher to become a citizen journalist, handing out copies of Vietnam's constitution and helping those who wanted to petition the government for change. Frustrated with Vietnam's one-party system, he declared himself to be an independent candidate in the country's National Assembly elections held last May. 2 months before the election, Lei Trung Hung was arrested, charged with spreading propaganda against the state, a crime that could result in a 12-year prison sentence.
That's the latest ABC News. For more at any time, you can head to the website abc.net.au/news.
You're listening to ABC News Radio.
Hello, Laura Chilingirian here with you. Well, coming up after a horrid 2 years, which included bushfires, floods and lockdowns, we return to one community in New South Wales that's still finding reasons to remain hopeful. Also, the rise and fall of one of Australia's last great tobacco towns, Texas in Queensland. And sport coming up as well, once more with Brianna Holden. But first to Western Australia, which is now the only state that is not seeing a significant COVID outbreak. Today it recorded just one new local case. The strict bubble approach to the pandemic has been credited for keeping WA's economy strong and life relatively COVID-free. But retailers and other businesses in Perth CBD say they're struggling to get customers back through the doors. Isabel Masali reports.
Despite a COVID scare last week, Perth residents have been quick to mask up and carry on shopping in the CBD. Businesses here are thankful for the law of the post-Christmas sales because for the last 2 years they've struggled to get by.
Until COVID came, we were just so happy, things were buzzing, and then as soon as that fateful March came in 2020, the world fell apart for everybody. Very difficult to pay the rent for us and for everyone.
Marilyn Bornayuto sells luxury shaving products in the CBD. Not exactly a store dependent on tourists, so there's another reason why she's seen a drop in customers.
A lot of our clients for many, many years are businessmen that work in the offices on the terrace, but they weren't coming into town because they were working from home. So that changed a lot of things as well.
In cities across the world, working from home became a common health order. In Perth, it was a short directive, but it's changed work practices well beyond the lockdown. The latest ABS data shows 37% of Australians are working from home more than once a week. But in the mostly COVID-free West, it's 26%. UWA Associate Professor Paul McGinn says working from home, whether full-time or occasionally, is here to stay.
We used to talk about telecommuting
20, 30 years ago, and it was seen as kind of a great dream for policymakers and for firms and things like this. And it never happened through policy or through companies mandating it. It effectively took a pandemic.
The urban geographer and planner has examined data from Google, which tracks people's movements through phone apps. His analysis for the think tank Committee for Perth shows in most Perth suburbs, the number of people visiting those areas has returned to pre-pandemic levels or surpassed them. But Perth City has performed the worst, with visitation in August still down by 20%. Across 18 months, it's down 28.5%. Paul McGinn says the CBD also needs international students and tourists.
International tourists and interstate tourists, I think, is probably going to be the bigger challenge, and probably because even when we do open up, people's perceptions of how Western Australia has reacted up until now, you know, if there's a single case or a small number of cases, there has been a tendency up until now to put up borders, and I think people will be cautious about that possibility.
So if the CBD small businesses are more dependent on local dollars, how do you lure people away from online shopping and the suburbs?
CBDs have to move in the direction of offering or enhancing more experiences in CBDs and town centres, because that's what shopping centres have done. You just don't go to shopping centre to shop. You can go bowling, you can go eating, you can go cinema, you can go and see a doctor, a dentist. They've turned into town centres in their own right.
Aaron Morey from WA's Chamber of Commerce and Industry says Perth businesses have still performed better than their counterparts in states with large COVID outbreaks. But change is still crucial amid what's likely to be a permanent shift in commuter and consumer behaviour.
The economy overall is doing quite well, but it's those bricks and mortar businesses, particularly around CBDs, that have probably experienced that downturn in their revenue. Certainly we need to make the city as vibrant, as welcoming a place as possible. At the moment there's very restrictive retail trading hours in place. If we can expand those retail trading hours to Saturday night, Sunday morning, that will bring more people.
In a plaza tucked into the CBD, Patience Seconda says business has been slow, but she's hopeful it'll pick up. She recently took the leap from online only to having her own store, selling handmade fashion from Southern Africa.
I just think people are over it and they just want life to keep going on. If you want to get a printed shirt that you will never find anywhere else, you will get to the city and come to my shop anyway.
That's Walbunja Elder Loretta Parsley ending Carly Williams' report. Well, now to South. Well, that was actually, sorry, I will take that back. That was actually shop owner Patience Seconda ending that report by Isabel Masali. Now let's hear Carly Williams' report. And it has been 2 years since deadly bushfires ripped through towns in New South Wales, the ACT and Victoria. Some communities were then hit by floods and the ongoing economic turmoil that's come with COVID lockdowns and the associated labour shortages. But COVID testing chaos for interstate travellers and the threat of Omicron has done little to slow down tourism in one community on the New South Wales south coast. Let's hear from Carly Williams.
Walbunja woman Loretta Parsley runs a cultural stay on Walbunja country. She's a respected knowledge holder in Batemans Bay on the New South Wales south coast. A huge mural of Loretta, draped in her possum skin cloak, stands tall in the centre of town. 2 years ago, when the Black Summer fires ripped through her property in bushland north of Batemans Bay, something amazing happened.
When the fires came, because we do mosaic burning, the fires burnt around us and we were at no time were we ever in danger because we look after country.
It was New Year's Eve when the deadly bushfires ripped through communities around Loretta Parsley's property with little warning. But it was the Walbunja cultural practice known as mosaic burning that saved her and her home.
Because we do mosaic burning, see, I grew up on country and my father always did the practice of mosaic burning. It's a practice that we have, me and my husband, have continued to practice on our 67 acres. It's orchestrated so that the fire burned around us. We had a couple of spot fires, sure. But I tell you what, we sat and drank coffee while it was burning. without any worries. And I painted too, because I'm also an artist.
Others weren't so lucky. 1.8 million hectares burned. An estimated 3 billion animals were killed or displaced, and 3,000 homes were lost. The trauma of the Black Summer fires was quickly followed by more disaster: COVID.
We've had fires and we've had floods, but it's a beautiful place to live on the south coast, and tourism is the sort of lifeblood of this area. But I think people are feeling positive coming out of just what we've come through the last 2 years.
That's David McLaughlin, president of the Batemans Bay Business and Tourism Chamber. This summer, despite the Omicron surge, tourism is booming.
I hope we get bonkers numbers, but I think actually we already are. It is busy. People are at capacity. You know, it is busy and the weather hasn't been great. So for our day visitation, it's still surprisingly high, and then the overnight visitation, we're all doing pretty well.
But David McLaughlin, who owns a few accommodation properties in Batemans Bay, says there are challenges.
Reinsurance is a big issue, and people have been talking about a reinsurance pool similar to what the federal government has for cyclones and floods, and also options of having a mutual. A lot of people lost their homes and they haven't all been rebuilt, and at the moment there's building issues. It's hard to get, I think it's probably Australia-wide, but it's hard to get building materials, it's hard to get labour.
But it's getting that reinsurance for businesses after the bushfires that has been one of the bigger problems. Alison Myers owns Bay Breeze Boutique Hotel in Batemans Bay. She's busier than she's ever been, solidly booked till the end of January, but admits the insurance issue has been hard for many.
My sister-in-law lost her property in Browley and she's got accommodation. Eco cabins were burnt, but that now they can't get insurance. Like it's $100,000 a year to try and insure their property, and it's very expensive now.
It's not something that worries Woolbunja elder Loretta Parsley too much. She's continuing her cultural burning and complying with Western fire safety rules too. And her 2022 plans? To keep teaching the steady stream of visitors to Batemans Bay about her culture.
There's that generation of ancestry that we have with Batemans Bay and the cultural knowledge that I carry, and sharing it with people as a custodian. We have land links, we have storytelling, we have that reconstruct, deconstruct process, that we are resilient to adversity. So they're the type of things that I navigate through to have to educate people.
It's a lovely and positive attitude there by Woolbunja elder Loretta Parsley, ending Carly Williams' report. You're listening to ABC News Radio. The headlines tonight: the New South Wales government is urging people to celebrate safely as the state recorded more than 21,000 coronavirus cases heading into the new year. Planning is underway for the Japanese Prime Minister to visit Australia next week, where he's expected to sign a landmark defence agreement. Hundreds of homes have been destroyed in a matter of hours after fast-moving bushfires tore across the western US state of Colorado. And cricket's Big Bash game tonight between the Adelaide Strikers and Sydney Thunder is going ahead despite some positive COVID tests. Sydney Thunder right now 1 for 51. Well, the James Webb Telescope, launched on Christmas Day, is starting to unfold its sunshield, a complex process that involves hundreds of moving parts. All of them have to trigger at the right time and in the right order for the telescope to actually work. The BBC's Rebecca Morell explains.
And liftoff. The moment of launch for an astronomy mission like no other, as the James Webb Space Telescope blasted off. Then the rocket casing opened up and the telescope was released into the darkness of space with a million-mile journey ahead. But as it travels, it has a fiendishly difficult task to do: unfolding.
It's so big, we didn't have any rocket that's big enough to launch it, fully deployed. So we had to build this.
Opened up and the telescope was released into the darkness of space
there's Mons Labuschagne as well. I think there are a lot of things that have come together for India right now. Again, the batting is a concern. The middle order hasn't had the runs. Kohli hasn't had 100 in a couple of years, which seems incredible given his career figures. But all in all, this is India have shown again that they're the side to beat.
And this result really puts South Africa under pressure for the rest of the series, with the second test coming up in Johannesburg next Monday. Can India now go on and win their first ever test series in South Africa?
They will definitely be hoping to. They came close last time, and I think they'll feel that they missed a couple of sessions that they should have won last time. So they've definitely come, India have definitely come to South Africa this time with a mission. But South Africa at home are always a challenge. They're a team in transition, but they have plenty of talent. They have the pace. And we saw they were probably lacking a bit of match preparation, but we saw now that they've sort of got some of those test rhythms back. So it should be an interesting series.
That was Indian cricket journalist Karanya Keshav with the BBC's Lee James.
Thank you, Brianna Holden there. Well, wishing you all a safe and happy new year. Here's to a better 2022. Glenn Lord is next with a news update. It's 8 Eastern Daylight Time, 7:30 in South Australia, 7 in Queensland, 6:30 in the Northern Territory and 5 in the West.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Smaller crowds are settling in around Sydney Harbour tonight as New Year's Eve celebrations kick off. Ruby Cornish is there.
We've got an exciting lineup tonight with some things we have never seen before. So at 9 o'clock there is the Welcome to Country fireworks, curated by First Nations artist Black Douglas. That is inspired by the Torres Strait Islander and the Aboriginal flags. At 10 p.m. we have our beautiful tribute to frontline healthcare workers who've done so much for Australia through the pandemic. The sky will turn blue for them. And then, of course, the countdown is on. Only 2 more hours until the iconic midnight fireworks.
As most of the country grapples with a surge in COVID cases, National Cabinet's amended its COVID rules again so that people who've had the disease won't need to complete a rapid antigen test on day 6 of their isolation. Tui Yong has the latest figures from across the country.
New South Wales has recorded more than 21,000 coronavirus cases today, nearly double yesterday's tally. South Australia notched up just over 2,000, marking another significant increase. Victoria has remained fairly steady with 5,900 positive results, with Queensland marking 3,118. The ACT recorded 462, while the Northern Territory marked 60. Western Australia recorded a single case, while Tasmania has 137, with 1 new hospitalisation.
11 people in South Australia have been wrongly notified of their COVID test results after an error in SA pathology. The government lab says while the tests themselves were accurate, an IT issue meant incorrect results were sent. SA pathology says clarification was sent within 3 hours and it's contacted those affected to explain and apologise. The government service has conducted more than 110,000 tests since Monday, with many seeking a PCR left to wait for up to 10 hours in queues. Earlier this week, New South Wales provider SydPath revealed it had texted more than 1,000 people incorrect results. Residents in a small Victorian border community are spending New Year's Eve facing the prospect of losing their properties, with a bushfire emergency warning still in place. The blaze began near Rattenbully on the South Australian side of the border, but has moved in an easterly direction towards the small township of Pelagelo. The Victorian Country Fire Association says conditions are continually changing and the fire may pose a threat to lives directly in its path. A 2-year-old girl who was pulled out of a pond in a park in Melbourne's Inner West this week has died. The toddler was found in the water at Footscray Park on Monday night. She's died in hospital. The Maribyrnong City Council has set up temporary fencing around the pond, where another child also drowned earlier this year. It's the 4th incident around water involving a child this week. Police are appealing for help to find a missing diver who was last seen at a surfing spot in Margaret River, south of Perth. An air and marine search is underway to find the man. He's described as being in his mid-30s with long dark hair. He's wearing a black wetsuit and camouflage diving fins. It's believed the man entered the water at around midday at a surfing spot known as The Box. Anyone with information is urged to call police on 131 444. Heading overseas, and hundreds of homes have been destroyed in a matter of hours after fast-moving winter bushfires tore across the western US state of Colorado. Here's the BBC's Ben Lowings.
Videos from aircraft flying over Denver show a sinister orange glow across the city's northwestern suburbs. Sparks from power lines ignited the fires in grassland, which had been suffering from an unusual drought. Despite near-freezing air temperatures, a fierce mountain wind allowed the blaze to take hold, taking many residents by surprise. A disaster relief operation is underway, but power supplies have been hit and heavy snowfall is expected to bring whiteout conditions.
Back home, an Adelaide Zoo hopes its new Sumatran tiger will help with conservation efforts. With the story, here's Tuyong.
It's estimated that only around 300 to 500 Sumatran tigers remain in the wild. Adelaide Zoo's new 5-year-old female is named Delilah and arrived this morning from Australia Zoo in Queensland. The zoo hopes to introduce her to a 7-year-old male Kambali and that they'll have cubs. It's part of the zoo's conservation efforts as Sumatran tigers in the wild are threatened by habitat destruction and poaching.
For more at any time, head to abc.net.au/news. To the weather around the country for New Year's Day. Brisbane showers and 27, a top of 23 right now. Sydney tomorrow. 37 the maximum, currently 28. Hobart tomorrow, partly cloudy and 26, it's currently 18. Adelaide will be partly cloudy and 34, right now 37 degrees. Sunny and 30 in Perth tomorrow, 26 right now. In Darwin, 33 degrees and possible showers for January 1. Right now, it's 30 in the top end. That's it for now on ABC News. Let's join up with our broadcast partners at the BBC.
Hello, this is Tech Tent. I'm Joe Tiny, and this week we're reading the digital runes and gazing into our cyber crystal balls to look at the tech stories that might shape 2022. With me is Jane Wakefield. Jane, how would you sum up this last year in technology news?
Well, it's always a bit of a roller coaster, isn't it, Joe? We've learned some new words this year: NFT, which is a bit of a shock for some people. We've seen plans to regulate big tech, but not a lot actually happening. There's always some interesting things that are thrown up, and we're going to hear about some of them today.
Yeah, we've certainly had a good time reporting on a lot of those things, haven't we? Well, today we're getting the predictions for what's going to be big in the world of tech in the coming year. We've asked our BBC colleagues for their educated guesses about everything from Web 3.0 and crypto to the tech clash in China and, of course, the future of the remaining founders of Silicon Valley tech giants. So let's jump straight into it with our first two predictions then, from BBC Tech reporter Shona McCallum and our Silicon Valley correspondent James Clayton. Over to you, James and Shona.
Okay, well, the one that I've picked is something called Web 3.0, which is probably the most difficult thing I could have possibly picked to explain, mainly because it kind of is a very amorphous term. So basically, Web 1.0 was like the start of the internet, when everyone would basically see the same thing if they logged onto a page, right? And that was the first, dial-up internet that we had. Web 2.0 was when Facebook, Twitter, Google came onto the scene, and your internet, the things that you would see on the internet, would be different to someone else's. You almost had like a bespoke page, like a Facebook page, or the adverts you got on Google would be different. And as a result of that, Google, Facebook, etc. could follow you around the internet. You were kind of the product, and those big tech companies made a lot of money off that. Web 3.0 is almost a reaction to that, trying to move away from big tech companies owning your data. You would own your data, the internet would be decentralized, people would be able to use crypto to buy things, the blockchain would be utilized to essentially make you anonymous on the internet. So it's trying to kind of roll in a load of technologies that we already have to try and create an internet that big tech can't make, billions and billions of dollars of profit out of selling your data. It's a kind of revolutionary new idea for the internet. So that's the kind of general idea of it. Is that going to be a thing in 2022? I think you're going to hear a lot of people talking about it, and it won't happen. And that's kind of the reason I wanted to talk about it, because you're going to hear this buzzword all of the time, and I would helpfully suggest that you should be slightly skeptical of this term.
So are we looking at a situation where it seems to me that the founders of the biggest tech firms in the world have kind of reached a peak? They've kind of got mega wealthy, they've achieved what they want in a sense, and now they are bored and trying out a new version of the internet? Is that what we're seeing here?
Yeah, I think you're seeing all sorts of ideas about where the internet goes now, and one of the really interesting things about this moment in time is everyone has a different idea of what the internet looks like. Mark Zuckerberg's is completely different to Jack Dorsey's, and who knows who's going to win, but I think it's very likely you're going to see the blockchain being used more and more across all sorts of different internet type things, but I just don't think we're going to see a hugely different internet in 2022 or 2023. Web 3.0 is kind of a thing that people will be talking about, and in practice, nothing much will change.
Hi Tech Tent, it's Shona McCallum calling. I'm the newest recruit to the team, and I'm focusing on stories that matter to younger audiences. I'm interested in virtual reality, augmented reality and mixed reality because it's such an exciting space. Facebook's recent rebrand as Meta has seen the popularity of the metaverse idea explode, and I think that hype will only continue into next year. With all the remote working that people are still doing, one of the things that we crave is connecting to other people, and I think companies will start to introduce being able to work in the metaverse and adopt 3D tools to communicate more and more. For example, tech like Gravity Sketch, which lets teams meet in a virtual studio and create and collaborate, well, that makes total sense to me. Companies such as Ford, Adidas and Volkswagen have already realised this, and they've all begun adopting VR within their processes. I think as headset prices decrease, VR in gaming will go mainstream, and VR that blends things like gaming and fitness will also become more popular. The reason I say it'll go mass market is because Apple's expected AR device is rumoured to launch in May next year. It's yet, and they are famously tight-lipped. Facebook have said they're working on augmented reality glasses. They obviously have experience with the Oculus VR headsets, so could make a big splash as the first company to bring out a decent pair of genuinely useful AR specs. There are some AR specs already on the market, such as the Nvidia Lite in the US, and while the tech is impressive there, the software needs to catch up, and maybe that's something that will happen next year too. A really exciting area to watch in 2022.
Jane, it is exciting, isn't it? Because we've had years of kind of the same story, really. It's been the social networks and it's been mobile phones, but now we're going to see some real movement, not only in how the internet's used, but also in the sort of hardware that's on offer.
Yeah, I do think that James is right when he says that Web 3.0 is going to be the latest buzzword, and rather than something that actually happens. I mean, what I'm slightly worried about is that decentralizing the internet, making things more anonymous, is perhaps going to exacerbate some of the issues that we're already seeing on there. And actually, I don't see where the impetus would come from for a decentralized internet, because it seems to be all about making money these days, doesn't it? But what I can see, and this is a bit of a cynical look at the future, is that countries are going to want to start having more control. So we've already seen China attempting to sort of break away from the internet, Russia, Iran. So the idea of a splinter net is something that I think might actually be more of a reality than Web 3.0. And China has said that it wants to use the blockchain so that it can check exactly what everybody is doing on the internet. So, you know, for all the talk of using these technologies to make the internet a better space, there's equally plenty of talk about it being used to actually make it a very different and probably worse space by having it controlled by governments rather than the big tech companies.
But it seems like the big tech companies do want to still shape our future. You know, the announcement from Facebook that they're now called Meta and it's all about the metaverse, that has undoubtedly, you know, increased the interest in this kind of tech utopia. And then likewise, with that, of course, as Shona says, AR and VR will be massively involved in those two things. But do you think that the public are ready for this? Or do you think we're going to have to be sort of dragged kicking and screaming into the tech billionaires' vision of the future?
I think that metaverse is going to continue to be a hyped up term, isn't it? And so therefore we are going to see people wanting to experience this, and in order to do that they're going to need the hardware. So I think there will be renewed interest in VR headsets, and we will all be very excited with what Apple comes out with, obviously, because their products often do tend to sort of lead the way.
Yeah, we saw that with the tablets and the smartwatches, didn't we? These were things that existed before, but until Apple did them, they weren't mainstream.
So, and you know, we've had Apple announcements for years that haven't really changed, so perhaps we've been waiting for that next revolutionary product, as an iPhone for the 2020s, and maybe that will be these glasses. And if they can be less clunky, and there's something that people feel comfortable not just wearing, but experiencing both the virtual world and the real world together, then you know, I can see that really taking off. But it would be interesting to have some new, exciting, revolutionary hardware. So let's hope that does come true.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at two more takes then on 2022 from our tech reporter Dave Malloy and our China media analyst Kerry Allen, who's this year seen the impact of a crackdown on tech firms by the Chinese government.
One of the very interesting things is going to be real attempts to crack down on the amount of screen time that young people are having nowadays. I mean, there have been some major developments, thinking back to the summer when China told young gamers for 3 hours a week, literally 1 hour a day, Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. There was also an announcement from Douyin, which is China's version of TikTok, that it too had to limit the amount of time that minors spent on its platform. So at 40 minutes, they're booted off the platform. There has been this wider trend within China of trying to kind of reform the media that young people and particularly children see online. The Communist Party in particular trying to rein in tech companies and to make sure that young people are protected and that they're still getting these socialist core values that are promoted by the party. I mean, we already see overseas, platforms like Instagram introducing digital detox functions onto their apps so that you spend less time on them. So China's almost enforcing these now amongst young people. And I think also there's going to be a much more kind of a realization and a consciousness that people do want to spend less time online. But at the same time, because it's mandated, that might also result in some backlash. I also think one of the main things that I'm thinking about in the years ahead is, again, with so much focus on children, there's also this focus on the celebrity industry and how celebrities and just generally influential figures need to be seen as more socially responsible, and they need to play much more of a guiding role when it comes to young people. So I think nowadays we're going to see probably less exposure to Western celebrities and even K-pop, which is very popular in China, but much more of a kind of re-education of young people, children within China. But the question is where that's going to come by, because nowadays we do spend so much time in front of our computers and our mobile devices. So I think that's going to be one of the challenges that China's going to have, how it tries to educate young people at the same time keeping them off technology.
Hello Tech Tent, I'm Dave Malloy. Over the last few years, we have written so many articles about the explosion in cryptocurrency and the underlying blockchain technology, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that 2022 will be the year when a major Western country brings in cryptocurrency regulation that cracks down on what we've seen so far. Sure, Bitcoin has been around for a decade already, but the last year has really put the writing on the wall for me. China cracked down hard on Bitcoin mining, and that led to a mass exodus to other countries. We saw power shortages in Iran and Kazakhstan, and we heard stories of new mines cropping up in the United States and Canada. But crypto's big problem is that all of this, coupled with speculative investments where people are gaining or losing vast sums of money, mean that politicians who've never learned much about computers know about cryptocurrency now. And all they can see are the scams, the hacks, the bad investments, and they're not happy about it. But I still think that the underlying technology of the blockchain is a fascinating idea. NFTs were never seen as big buzzwords, and they had a lot of promise before they became a sudden craze and are being sold by soft drink companies and shoe sellers now. But they do show how new ideas can take off. Next year, it's selling something that the ordinary average person has, someone who's not already a big fan of this stuff. That could completely change how the entire industry is seen and take it from an unknown danger into the mainstream.
Jane, two very different predictions there. I'm really interested, firstly, if we could talk about Kerry's view that, we're going to see more and more of the Chinese Communist Party kind of controlling how people use the internet in China. That seems to be a big theme.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because it isn't just China that is trying to sort of crack down on the amount of time young people spend online. It's something that all the Western countries are thinking of, and actually some of the big tech companies, because they're facing regulation and they're facing kind of questions about the content that young people are looking at, they are also starting to think about bringing in features that say to people spend less time online. Obviously, the way that it'll be done in the West is going to be very different from the way that it's going to be done in the East, but it is interesting that, the mindset from both those very different viewpoints is that we need to think a little bit about the amount of time we spend online and question some of the content that people are consuming. So I think that we'll be watching what China does with great interest. It does feel that there's more crackdowns to come. But of course, those companies like TikTok that were born in China and are, Chinese companies have gone far further, haven't they? So what's going to happen with those companies that have now been completely adopted by the West? I know you spend a lot of time on TikTok, so you probably have some thoughts on that.
I do love a bit of TikTok, that's true. In that chat with Kerry, she told me that I think it's only 40 minutes you're allowed to spend on TikTok if you're a minor.
Oh my goodness.
In China. Obviously TikTok is called Do.
How many minutes do you spend a day on TikTok?
I've got a thing that tells me to stop when I get to an hour, and I regularly go past that, so I waste a lot of time.
40 minutes seems like nothing.
I know.
Yeah, and the gaming thing is also, I don't think many Western kids would accept the gaming limits either, would they?
And speaking of regulation, do you agree with Dave? I enjoy Dave's putting his neck on the line there, because he said he thinks that a major Western democracy is going to regulate crypto. It's been one of the big talking points this year. Do you agree with him? Do you think it's going to happen?
Yeah, I think probably I do. Now, I sat in on the Congress grilling of crypto firms. I listened into a little bit of that, and it was very clear that there was two different views. Crypto companies were very keen to go, everything's fine, we're working very well, and it's great, it's a great industry. And the politicians were not convinced. I think one of them said the scammers and the cheats and the swindlers are mixing in with the part-time investors, and that's also I hear people on the street now talking about their crypto portfolio, and that's completely, a few years ago, was just not mainstream. So I think Dave's right. You and I have talked about crypto before on Tech Tent, and I made the point that it's very Marmite being this spread in the UK that people either love or hate. And some companies are just outright banning it. Others are trying to sort of go, well, we'll jump on the bandwagon and we'll have our own government-mandated crypto. But then there's in between that is all this potential regulation and who it will come from. David didn't say which company he thought it would be. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that. Which country would be that starts this regulation?
Well, I'm not going to be as brave as Dave, my neck on the line as much, but we'll see whether or not his prediction for the crypto space does come to fruition. So we've covered, Jane, lots of areas, in fact probably all the areas of cyberspace. One area where our tech correspondent Mark Chislak believes could also feature heavily next year is, and in addition of course, is space. He predicts that the race between tech billionaires to boldly go further than each other will be another big story. Here's Mark.
Space. For some, the final frontier. For billionaires like Bezos, Branson and Musk, it's become an extraterrestrial opportunity to indulge childhood fantasies of becoming an astronaut. All of the billionaire-funded space companies claim that passengers who stump up the price of a ticket, $250,000 for a Virgin flight, still don't know how much Blue Origin will charge, receive a whole new perspective on the Earth, what astronauts call the blue marble effect. Viewing our planet from a distance apparently reveals its fragility, filling the space traveller with newfound respect for Mother Earth. But apart from allowing wealthy folk to enjoy the ultimate day trip, Blue Origin, SpaceX and Virgin all have commercial ambitions. SpaceX has now transported astronauts and equipment to the International Space Station on several occasions. This is on top of Musk's ambitions for low Earth orbit satellites, which will provide internet connectivity to rural, hard-to-reach places on Earth. So far, his company has successfully launched 1,700 satellites. Musk will need about 10,000 to provide global coverage. This could have a genuine effect in levelling the digital playing field for parts of the planet that don't enjoy reliable connectivity. Blue Origin has plans for satellite launches, as does Virgin through its Virgin Orbit setup. The new space race might seem like billionaires playing an expensive game of space travel one-upmanship, but there are seeds of the future of space research in here. These companies have developed relatively cheap and reusable methods of transporting equipment and humans to space. Elon Musk might go beyond that if he realizes his long-held dream of landing humans on Mars. At the very least, people with poor broadband connectivity might just be able to connect with the rest of the world to help constellations of tiny satellites orbiting the Earth.
And Jane, it looks like Mark's prediction is already kind of happening. What's on the agenda, on the horizon already in the calendar?
Yeah, so Elon Musk hopes to launch SpaceX's Starship in January, I think it is, and it will be its first orbital flight. It's done a few tests in suborbit, and it will be the most powerful rocket ever launched. I do love how these tech billionaires are all trying to outdo each other with their powerful rockets.
And last but not least, let's hear from our tech editor, Zoe Kleinman. She's taken time out of her maternity leave to send us her top pick for 2022, and it's one that I think we can all agree is arguably the most important of all: climate change innovation.
Hi Tech Tent, Zoe Kleinman here, the BBC's technology editor. I'm on maternity leave right now, but I'll be back at work in 2022, and one of the subjects I'm absolutely fascinated by is how the tech world is mobilising to try to combat climate change. 2021 put the environment firmly in everybody's minds, and the race is on to find solutions before it's too late to save our planet. There isn't a front runner yet. There's no Google or Alibaba of climate change, and we haven't yet pinned down what works best. That means there's a lot of investment money pouring in and a lot of innovation coming out. You might have heard about carbon capture, for example, the concept of sucking carbon back out of the atmosphere. There are a few pilot sites around the world, one most recently launched in Iceland. You need a lot of space because these plants take up a lot of room, and you also need a lot of money, but the results so far seem encouraging. And let's not forget that most of the tech in our pockets was once big and clunky and expensive too. I can't wait to see how this tech evolves and what part it can play in the huge task of turning back the climate clock. Tech for good. It can happen.
Lovely glass half full there from Zoe. Jane, I think we all agree that we're hoping to see serious innovation in this field, aren't we? We've just got a bit of time, Jane. We've got a couple of minutes. I wanted to get your prediction. What do you think is going to be the big story?
Something like an AI standing up at the Oxford Union and delivering a kind of prediction about how it needed to be destroyed, but that actually happened this week, so that can't happen in 2022. So I'm thinking about the fact that we've said goodbye to Jack Dorsey and Jeff Bezos, two of the big tech founders this year. So my prediction, going really out on a limb, is that next year we'll say goodbye to Mark Zuckerberg, at least when it comes to being in charge of Facebook. But I don't think we'll be saying goodbye to Elon Musk, and we're going to be hearing a lot more from him. And I think another of his companies, Neuralink, is already saying he plans to start implanting chips in our brains in 2022. So that's something to look forward to, isn't it? What about you? What's your prediction?
Sign me up. Well, I suppose for me, I'm in a sense a bit Dave Malloy on this. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that next year will be the end of ransomware at scale. I just think this year has been a terrible time for many parts of the world, not least the US, and the pressure on some of these gangs now who are hacking pipelines and food supplies, it's just going to you, Jane, and to all of our colleagues for their predictions. You can keep up with their stories and all the latest developments in tech at bbcnews.com/technology. Happy New Year.
This is the BBC World Service, where we make lots of podcasts, from science and technology to documentaries and news. Here's Jackie Leonard to tell you about one that might even help you out.
It's really hard keeping up with the news.
This growing migrant crisis.
Military targets.
Political uncertainty.
Surging floodwaters. So, on the Global News Podcast, we'll tell you all the most important stories from across the world in the last 12 hours.
We start in China.
The European Union.
Here in South Africa.
Let's take you to space now.
We'll also explain why the stories matter and why we should care.
It's desperately cold here.
It certainly doesn't look good.
Think of it as your handy guide to becoming an expert in world affairs. We'll do the hard work, you just have to listen.
It's extremely important to get the two leaders together.
The Global News Podcast from the BBC World Service.
A superheated stream of material, a bit like lightning.
Search for the Global News Podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
You're with the BBC World Service. The year ends for Science and Action in a moment. As it started, looking at alarming new variants of COVID, wondering what else the virus has in store for us.
I would say prior to Omicron, if you poll virologists, half of them would tell you that the ability of this virus to mutate and wreak havoc was finite.
The other half were right. The implications after the news.
BBC News with Neil Nunes. Hundreds of homes have been destroyed by wildfires in the U.S. state of Colorado. Tens of thousands of people have been evacuated from suburban areas outside the city of Denver. Weather experts spoke of their disbelief that such a large fire could have taken hold in December. A court in the Vietnamese city of Hanoi has sentenced a man to 5 years in prison and another 5 years probation after finding him guilty of spreading propaganda. Lei Chong-hung worked as a citizen journalist, handing out copies of the Vietnamese constitution and helping people to petition the government. President Biden has warned his Russian counterpart on a phone call that the United States would lead a decisive response if Russia further invades Ukraine. The Kremlin said President Putin made it clear any new sanctions would be a mistake. Germany is shutting down 3 of its last 6 nuclear power plants to increase its reliance on renewables. The move will reduce energy output by around 4 gigawatts, equivalent to the power produced by 1,000 wind turbines. Kenya's Education Minister George Magoha says all gay and lesbian students should be barred from boarding schools. Rights groups have said they'll challenge any attempts to enforce the prohibition. Gay sex in Kenya is punishable by up to 14 years in prison. A bomb blast in the southwestern Pakistani city of Quetta has killed at least 4 people and injured 16 others. Officials said the target was an Islamist party conference at a college. No group has admitted responsibility. The body of the late South African anti-apartheid campaigner Desmond Tutu is lying in state for a second day in Cape Town. The former Archbishop's funeral will take place on Saturday. BBC World News.
Welcome to Science in Action from the BBC World Service with me, Roland Pease. And it's deja vu all over again, with the spread around the world of an alarmingly infectious virus. It is, of course, still SARS-CoV-2, the cause of COVID-19. But it's a new variant, which we learned just 2 weeks ago is significantly more infectious. Well, if that sounds familiar, it's because what you just heard was the opening of the first edition of Science in Action in 2021, back on January the 7th. We just recycled the old BBC recording. And as I said there, it's deja vu all over again. The only difference as we come to the close of 2021 is that this has been the year of the variants. What was then called lineage B117 became Alpha. We've had Beta, Gamma, Delta, Lambda, 7 more that have been forgotten. And now, of course, V is for variants, the story of the virus this year. It's also V for vaccine, the other story for 2021. The global rollout just started at the dawn of the year. Some hopes for the COVID vaccines have been matched. So too, some of the fears have come to pass. The virus persists despite them, and the rollout has not reached all corners of the world. So, we're closing 2021 with the same experts who were our guides at the start, including Cambridge Professor Ravi Gupta, who spent the UK Christmas break back then trying to understand the origins of Alpha, what its many mutations meant in terms of the spread of SARS-CoV-2, and the effectiveness of the new vaccines.
It was first sequenced back in September, and the important thing about the strain is that it has something like 14 changes in amino acid sequence, and 8 of these are in the critical spike domain. And the reason this is so important is that the main vaccines that are being rolled out globally are targeting this particular protein.
And so the spike protein is the one on the surface of the virus. That's the one that helps the virus get into our cells, but it's also, as you say, the one that our immune system reacts to very strongly.
That's right.
We were also joined back then by Professor Tullio de Oliveira from South Africa's Centre for Epidemic Response and Innovation, who was simultaneously reporting another variant, what we now call Beta. This month for his work in deciphering the latest mutant, Omicron. But in January, Beta was a major concern in its own right.
Just to be crystal clear, they have different origins. They are not related to each other, but they have a number of common similarities. The first similarity is that they share one of the main mutations, and this is an important mutation that binds direct to the ACE2 receptor to enter the cell. Okay? The other similarities is that both of them has many of these mutations on the spike protein, which we know that it is some of the most important protein of the virus. But one thing that's quite clear between our two independent lineages is that they seem to be much more transmissible, and they seem to be replacing the previous lineages that existed in a geographical area.
It sounds so familiar. And what Tullio went on to warn has become chillingly true.
Of course, what this tells us, it tells us that these lineages of variants emerging at different areas of the globe at a similar time, it really means that we shouldn't be playing with this virus. We have to really control transmission, because if the virus keeps circulating and being transmitted for such a long time and at high levels, it will have a chance that it can basically outsmart us. What it means, we can become adapted for better transmission or potentially from evading response.
So Tullio, thank you for joining us again. You warned us back in January, and it's not just the recent surge of Omicron, but Beta and then Delta that you've had to deal with in South Africa.
Yes, that's true. The Beta wave, which was around 12 months ago, in Southern Africa was really devastating. So, for example, what's happened from the hospital, what's happened in Zimbabwe, that they completely ran out of oxygen, and in Mozambique and Malawi was really devastating. But a lot of time this need to not travel around the world. Of course, the Delta was much more transmissible than the Beta, and not only took over everywhere in the world, but also took over in Southern Africa. And now again with the Omicron, which we identified within a few days of being emerged, it is more transmissible than the Delta, and that's likely to be. And if you're not careful, in 6 months' time or in a year time, we're going to be back in the same program highlighting about a new variant that has emerged and that's more transmissible than the Omicron.
We spoke to you at the beginning of the month, just as Omicron was taking hold. What's been happening in South Africa since then, and what have you learned about how quickly it's moving?
Okay, we have learned quite a lot. We have learned that anywhere that this variant is introduced, it seems to have a basic outgrown advantage. What it means, it will take over and cause the great majority of infections, and that's in South Africa, Southern Africa, now Europe, and for the best of my knowledge, next week in the United States of America should be the main spreading variant. So that's one thing that we learned. It's spreading really, really fast. What we also learned from working in South Africa, but now around the world, is that it is an immune escape variant. It means that can reinfect people quite easily and can also cause infection on people that have been vaccinated. So what we do not know yet, what is the clinical severity, and that's where my colleague Ravi Gupta may have some news about that.
Ravi, 12 months ago you were doing lab experiments to see how the mutated spike protein on alpha evaded existing immune responses. Have you started doing that with Omicron too?
Yes, we've been doing neutralization all through the year using pseudotactic particles and actually live virus as well. They give very similar results, but certainly we saw with the alpha variant very little immune evasion, and of course beta had a more significant degree. And then of course delta had this interesting scenario where it was sort of partially immune evasive, and now we have Omicron which has a very high level of immune evasion. But remarkably, if you give a third dose with an mRNA vaccine, you can actually broaden the response quite a lot, and actually the neutralization to the titers in the lab are actually quite encouraging against Omicron even.
So just explain, you've taken sera from people who've had the booster jab, had 3 jabs, and then tested that in the lab against your pseudo-viruses and the live viruses.
After the second dose, the responses against Omicron are not particularly good. Many people have undetectable responses, and then 6 months after the second dose, that gets even worse, with almost nobody being able to neutralize the Omicron variant. And then after the third dose, you get a really impressive sort of recovery, and nearly everybody in our group of 20 had really good neutralizing responses. The results were worse for ChAdOx1, the AstraZeneca vaccine, but still the same sort of pattern of recovery when they were given an mRNA vaccine as a boost.
And is it just a question of the number of antibodies that get thrown at the virus that the boost changes?
It's not just the total number and sort of the awakening immune system. We believe that when you provide an antigen or a protein again and again, you get broadening of the immune repertoire. Antibodies viruses. Now, of course, we've only got a time point to 1 month after the third dose, and we do expect to see waning after that third dose over time, which we need to obviously assess. Some individuals who are vaccinated will also get an actual infection somewhere along the line, and that also will broaden responses because it will be likely due to one of the variants. So that is another way of improving responses. In other words, if you're infected and survive, it's probably a good thing.
Also on the programme last January, graduate researcher Ali Greeny at the University of Washington, who over previous months had developed a system for culturing every possible mutant of the active part of the spike protein which gets targeted by antibodies.
So we're looking at the receptor binding domain, which is one part of the spike protein, and we make this huge library containing every possible mutation in the receptor binding domain.
When you say every possible one, this is, you know which ones have been seen, or you can even guess at ones that haven't been seen?
We make every mutation that could happen, even ones that haven't been seen yet in nature. We want to not be just reactive and, trying to get mutations one at a time as we see them, but to instead look prospectively and look at essentially 4,000 different mutations in the receptor binding.
4,000?
Yeah.
And so when alpha and beta showed up, she saw mutations she was already familiar with. And she kept watching as new variants cropped up over the year, seeing familiar features again and again, one by one, until now, Omicron.
This RBD has 15 mutations, and a lot of them, we would predict based on our previous experiments would either increase binding to the receptor or reduce antibody binding. But we didn't know exactly what the effect would be of all 15 altogether.
What aspects are particularly interesting, or maybe I should use the word alarming to you? What do you think needs to be answered about this variant?
What's the impact of Omicron on immunity? What about 3 doses of a vaccine? Will that provide more immunity? Should an Omicron-specific vaccine be developed? What about people who've been previously infected with different variants? So if you were infected with the Delta variant and vaccinated, is your susceptibility to Omicron somewhat different? I think those kind of questions. And then also the future evolution of the virus. Like, we're already, in some places, nearing the peak of the Omicron wave potentially, and so what's going to come next after that?
Because there was a lot of discussion about something like Delta Plus before we discovered Omicron.
Yeah, so we haven't actually finished all of our Delta experiments yet. I still have a pile of data to analyze, so...
You've done the lab work, but you've got to work out whether it means anything.
Yeah, we still have some things to figure out, yeah. But, I mean, essentially with the Delta variant, there was a lot of speculation about, maybe, like you were saying, one of these Delta Plus lineages might become the next dominant variant globally. That was one possibility. Or another possibility was that the next major variant could kind of come out of nowhere, and then it turns out that the latter is pretty much what happened.
So, in principle, as well as looking at Omicron itself, once you've managed to engineer those mutations into your system, you can then look at mutants of Omicron as well. Is that right?
Exactly.
Where do you even start?
Yeah, so we're interested in seeing how single mutations in the Omicron background could affect, once again, antibody binding.
I suspect people listening to this might think surely all the possibilities have been exhausted. It's had, virus has had 2 years to try and test everything. But you don't think that would be a wise assumption?
I don't think Omicron is going to be the end of the story. And I don't even know. Like, I think it's probably somewhat futile to guess at this point what the next variant after Omicron will be, but I wouldn't say that I'm confident that it'll be one mutation away from Omicron. It might be, once again, something out of left field. So,
how far could the system you use be pushed? Because there are other parts possibly of the spike protein. I'm not sure if you're looking just at this subsection of the spike protein, or there are other parts that you want to look at, because there are mutations all over the place with Omicron.
Yes, we've seen that the spike protein is certainly able to tolerate a lot of mutations in the N-terminal domain, for example, and then also a lot of mutations in the S2 domain.
And these are relevant, are they, to the sort of the physiology, the behavior of the virus?
Yeah, so some of these mutations might affect, like interferon cleavage site or fusion, so essentially affect the ability of the virus to enter cells.
So they have to be looked at separately?
Yeah. But I think that those mutations in spike beyond the RBD are definitely important.
Ali Greeny. Now, Dr. Ali Greeny, partly on the strength of that research, congratulations to her. As she pointed out, testing mutations one by one is helpful. The difficulty in real life is when they all occur simultaneously and have conflicting or reinforcing effects. It's an aspect we discussed last January with virologist Jeremy Lubin of the University of Massachusetts Medical School. When we called him back for this edition, he sounded frustrated that we are back where we were 12 months ago.
It is somewhat frustrating that we have to relearn the same lessons again and again. We knew that transmission is the thing that drives variants, and therefore something like Omicron, though it's shocking, it really wasn't a surprise to those who study the virus. On a certain level, it's kind of like playing roulette with a pistol. You have one cylinder that's lethal, you spin the cylinder, and you put it to your head, and you have a good chance of making it each individual time, but eventually you're going to get mutations that are going to wreak havoc, like Omicron seems to be doing.
While Omicron's ability to evade prior immune protection and infect the vaccinated is one fearsome aspect of this multi-mutant virus, its speed of spread is another. Case numbers have been doubling every 2 days or so in the UK and elsewhere. Super events where everyone present has caught the virus, and as we heard 2 weeks ago, experiments in Hong Kong suggested the new variant can replicate in the upper airway tissue 70 times faster than Delta. We first spoke to Jeremy Lubin 18 months ago when a single mutation, called simply D614G, arose long before Alpha and the rest, and it seemed to be involved in accelerating SARS-CoV-2 spread. He's since been scanning the coronavirus's genome for other mutations that ease its route into our cells.
I guess there are mutations that have a couple of different properties on a biochemical level that seem to be appearing again and again. One is that some of the mutations increase the strength of binding to the receptor. Some of the mutations seem to increase the efficiency by which the spike protein gets cleaved and processed by cellular proteases.
Because this is a multi-step thing.
Yeah, the spike protein in the virus is like a very complicated machine, and it has to undergo a number of transformations that allow the virus to survive in different environments and then to attack the susceptible cells that it needs to attack. The protein complex, the spike protein complex on the surface of the virus, has to be able to accommodate all of these functions. And so if you make one change, say that increases the strength of binding to the receptor, that may compromise some other function in the protein. And therefore, you may need a kind of secondary mutation to maintain the viability of the first mutation. And that's largely what we think D614G does. That is, it's a facilitator that allows some of these specific mutations that increase transmissibility, increase escape response. D614G allows some of these mutations to be viable within the context of this complex machine.
But when you look then at Omicron, are you seeing that several times over? Because it does seem to be so much more agile.
Yeah, so over the past year, we've looked for mutations that act like D614G, where D614G is not found. And we've identified some other mutations that seem to have this same kind of potentiating function that D614G does.
And do you see those in Omicron?
We see all of them.
So when you first saw the sequence, even before maybe you got the clinical data from South Africa, you were already thinking, uh-oh.
Yes, I remember I woke up, I saw the press conference, it went right to the sequence, and it was immediately obvious. I sent it to everyone I knew because the consequences of these mutations were clearly going to be significant.
But just as the picture of Omicron's faster pace seems a little clearer, Ravi Gupta's experiments at Cambridge University bring down another fog of doubt. He's looked for evidence of those initiating steps in the deployment of spike as it contacts the cell are faster, but he hasn't found it.
Firstly, when you prepare virus stocks, the spike protein needs to be less well processed. In other words, it should be cleaved into S1 and S2 fragments, and Delta does this extremely well. Omicron doesn't get to the gene specifically well. And then when we infect different types of cells, we're also finding that Omicron was not as good as we expected in the lung cell line that we use. In fact, it was inferior to Delta. And this was at odds with, of course, this increased transmissibility, extremely high infectiousness that we're seeing in the population. That could be driven by immune escape, but really should have a component of replication involved. So we found that in particular, the Omicron was impaired in cells that was receptor for SARS-CoV-2 that's found in certain cell types.
This does sound to be contrary to the expectation, just looking at those mutations, is that right? That these cutting processes, these cleaving processes on the spike protein should make it more infectious. You're saying that's not what you saw?
For the cleavage site, there were 3 mutations identified in that region, and the predictions from scientists, including ourselves, was that this is going to be a highly cleaved virus, highly mature virus. But actually that does not seem to be the case in our experiments so far, and we're looking at this in more detail at the moment.
I mean, it's interesting because we were speaking very recently to someone from Hong Kong who, using live tissue and some of these viruses, was saying that it infected the upper airways 70 times faster than they thought. I mean, I've not seen the data for that.
Intriguing results suggesting that it has a distinct advantage in the upper airways, but a disadvantage in the lower airways. to expression of this protein called TMPRSS2. The levels of TMPRSS2 are quite low in cells in the airway, but are high in the lower airway cells. And that fits with the other experiments I mentioned where we see that Omicron is not particularly suited for using TMPRSS2. In other words, it's not particularly suited for affecting lower airway cells, but it potentially is more suited to upper airway cells.
It sounds, Ravi, like this, just as it was a year ago, this virus keeps on throwing up surprises. You're trying to play catch-up.
Yes, I'm very surprised at the recent findings. I couldn't have predicted them, I don't think. And one thing we have said all along as scientists, no matter whether you're a geneticist or a virologist, is that don't underestimate this virus. It has shown us through the paradigm of chronic infection and variants of concern that you can't predict what it's going to do.
A reminder of another lesson from last January. The questions about the new mutations are easy to pose, but a lot harder to answer. Another question much asked, and particularly important given the other advantages Omicron has, concerns the health effects of the variant. Reports repeatedly suggest it's less likely to lead to severe disease. But these are mostly from South Africa, where the case rates rose earliest. Tulio de Oliveira says health conditions are so different there, the rest of the world should avoid reading too much into those early hints.
One thing that we know at the moment is that South Africa is potentially not the best place in the world to estimate the clinical severity of that variant. And the reason for that is because we have a relatively young population. We also have very high levels of population immunity, either by previous infection, close to 80%, and vaccination, around 40%. And we also had like 3 previous very severe waves that caused close to 300,000 deaths. So we have unfortunately lost a lot of the people that are likely to develop clinical severity. In addition to that, we're in the middle of a very hot summer. So what we're going to have to learn about the clinical disease and severity will have to come from most the northern hemisphere, which now have large numbers of Omicron infections.
As infections turn into hospitalizations turn critical, and fatalities accumulate, the toll Omicron could inflict on all of us will become clearer. But what the year of variants has made clear is waiting for SARS-CoV-2 to do the kind thing for us and turn mild is no way forward. If Alpha, if Omicron, then what else?
I don't know the answer.
Virologist Jeremy Lubin is worn out with trying to second-guess the virus.
You just don't know enough. I would say prior to Omicron, if you polled virologists who study SARS-CoV-2, I would say half of them would tell you that they thought the ability of this virus to mutate, escape from immune responses, and wreak havoc was finite, and that we were approaching that limit. And I would say the other half would tell you, well, the virus probably has a lot up its sleeve that we haven't seen yet. So it was about 50-50. There had been kind of a lull in a sense in that Delta had been dominant for so long. It was just one dominant, terrible virus. I think many began to become convinced that Delta was going to be the final blow. And then all of a sudden Omicron came and really shocked everybody. So I think all bets are off.
Likewise, Tulio de Oliveira, still smarting from the travel bans imposed on South Africa after they told the world about Omicron, says a way forward is only possible with a determined global effort.
The world has to learn that if we only take care of our own population, our own countries, our own borders, we are not even protecting our own population counts and borders. So, for example, it's quite ironic that South Africa suffered a very severe travel ban, which is very damaging because we are basically in the end of the world. After us is just penguins and whales. Yeah, we are in the end of the continent, and we depend of planes for reagents, for medicines, for goods, for the economy. And then it's quite ironic that after the country that put us the most extreme travel ban in the beginning, the UK, is the one that have the highest number of Omicron cases. So just to prove that just thinking about oneself and one population will not even protect oneself and one population. And it is time that we treat more than ever this pandemic as a global problem, and that we support every single country in the world to get rid of this virus. Otherwise, it's going to come and keep biting us back.
As we wind up 2021 on Science in Action here on the BBC, we're still left with more questions than answers. Hopefully, we will get clarity soon. I'm Roland Pease, and with producer Julian Siddle, we'll keep looking for you. And we'll be back in a week in 2022.
This is the BBC World Service, and 40 years ago, television and music changed forever.
In 1981, we burst onto the scene, making a lot of noise.
You're listening to the BBC World Service.
Our technology reporter Zoe Kleiman told us more.
I asked our Washington correspondent Chris Butler what was in this article.
BBC Mundo's Guillermo Moreno joined one of the queues.
Let's speak to our China media analyst Carrie Allen from BBC Monitoring.
This is the BBC World Service on ABC News Radio.
ABC News with Glenn Warder. New Year's Eve celebrations are underway across the country as the countdown to midnight continues. In Sydney, vantage points around the harbour have been ticketed to help minimise the risk of COVID-19. Around 9,000 people are expected to gather in Darwin, including on Mindle Beach, while fireworks are launching above Adelaide from Rymel Park. Music events have been cancelled in Perth, and nightclubs are closed because of restrictions. In Sydney, these harbourside viewers say COVID hasn't overshadowed the occasion.
We've just got to get on with life. We've got to enjoy every minute of it, you know. So yeah, we're quite happy. We're not worried about it at all.
We've never ever been here before. We've never done it, and we just thought we'll take the risk.
I am really excited for it.
New South Wales top doctor says she'd like to see the rate of infection slow to nearly double in 24 hours. The state recorded 21,150 cases in 24 hours. Says the increase is consistent with what's happening in other countries where Omicron is surging. She says anyone with even the mildest of symptoms should ring in the new year at home.
I would like to see the case numbers, not that that's our focus is hospitalisations and consequences, but I think we also would be sensible in trying to slow the spread of the disease through the community.
Israel has approved a fourth dose of Pfizer's COVID vaccine for people with weak immune systems as it races for a wave of infections fueled by Omicron. It comes as an Israeli hospital has administered a fourth dose to a group of about 150 medical personnel to understand more about the new strain. The study is expected to provide health authorities with an early glimpse into its efficacy within just a couple of weeks. This healthcare worker was among the first to receive the fourth jab.
Well, I'm excited to be the first person, apparently in the world, who got the fourth booster. To paraphrase an old saying, it's a small jab in the shoulder, probably a giant step for mankind.
Some residents in Western Victoria may start the new year in a relief centre as a dangerous grass fire burns out of control. The fire started near Rattenbully in South Australia. It's moved east into Victoria in the township of Pelagelo. Emergency warnings in place. The CFA says it's too late to leave. The safest option is to shelter indoors immediately. A relief centre has been opened at the Eden Hope Senior Citizens Centre. CFA State Agency Commander Gary Cook says property and buildings are being threatened by the blaze.
There has been assets threatened by this fire. At this stage, we're not aware of any losses as a result, but certainly asset protection strategies have been deployed by our firefighters.
An air and marine search is underway to find a diver believed to be missing off the coast of Margaret River south of Perth. Police believe the man, who's described as being in his 30s with long dark hair, entered the water around midday in a surfing spot known as The Box. He's wearing a black wetsuit and camouflage dive fins. The body of the late South African anti-apartheid campaigner Desmond Tutu is lying in state for a second day in Cape Town. More mourners will be able to file past the former Archbishop's simple coffin in St George's Cathedral before his funeral tomorrow. The Nobel Peace Prize winner died on Sunday at the age of 90. The conservationist Jane Goodall, who spent more than 4 decades studying wild chimpanzees in Tanzania, has called for poverty alleviation to be a key part of global efforts to tackle climate change. The 87-year-old says the great stretch of forest that once spanned across Africa has been reduced to a few islands of trees in a sea of deforestation. To address the problem, Ms Goodall has set up a charity that works with villagers to protect the forest by developing alternative sources of income. The Australian tennis player Alex de Minaur says he's confident ahead of his first ATP Cup match against world number 7 Matteo Berrettini. The number 34 ranked Australian plays on Sunday after his teammate James Duckworth takes on world number 10 Yannick Sinner to open the tie against Italy in Sydney. De Minaur says the promise of tough matches is what makes the tournament great.
Well, I think this is the beauty of this ATP Cup at the start of the year. I've experienced it before, and it's a great way to kind of see where I'm at. These are the kind of matches I want to be playing.
And repeating our top story, fireworks ringing out across the country as Australia continues the countdown to New Year's Eve. The tiny island nation of Kiribati has become the first nation on Earth to welcome in 2022. That's the latest ABC News. It'll be a showery start to the new year. A top of 27, right now 22 degrees. Sydney tomorrow will be mostly sunny and 29. It's currently 22. Mostly sunny and 31 in Canberra tomorrow, 19 right now. Melbourne sunny and 37 tomorrow, right now 26. Hobart cloudy and 26. It's currently 17. Adelaide tomorrow cloudy and 34, right now 33. Perth sunny and 30. It's 26 right now. And in Darwin tomorrow showers and 33, right now 29. That's the latest ABC News. Let's head back to our broadcast partners at the BBC.
Hello and welcome to the Correspondents' Look Ahead on the...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Frankie Boyle!
Hello and welcome to the 2021 New World Order Review of the Year. A year when British people discovered that we're the first people in history to be ruled by incompetent fascists. Fascists are normally organised. We're going to be going to the death camps on a replacement bus service. We've got a Prime Minister who looks like a fairground prize you get when they've run out of goldfish. Where does Boris Johnson get dressed in the morning? Under the engine of a Boeing 747. In the summer we had the Euros, and it was fascinating to see English people come together and bond over something they love, booing black people. In Scotland, Alex Salmond formed the Alba Party, and if power is an aphrodisiac, then his genitalia must now dangle like a dead squirrel on a barbed wire fence. I think Salmond was popular in Scotland because of that thing. There are a lot of sex crimes in the news this year, and I tried to avoid following those stories too closely, because I don't want any spoilers for the next series of The Crown. Imagine being Prince Andrew. You spend your whole life doing nothing, and now suddenly your whole life is admin. Every day, opening attachments to your lawyer, getting yourself every time you see the word CBS Phillips. Ghislaine Maxwell's trial started, and the pilot of Jeffrey Epstein's plane gave evidence. He said he flew a lot of famous people, but he never saw anything happening. That's because you were flying the plane, mate. All you're saying is nobody got fucked on the nose of the plane. Nobody got raped in a cloud, not on my watch. Okay, let's go on with the show. Joining me to discuss the big events of the year are Miles Jupp, Sophie Duker, Jamali Maddox and Susie McKay. Thanks for coming, guys. Had a good year?
I actually had some nice news this year. I became an auntie towards the end of last year, and this year I got to see my nephew for the first time. Like, I'd only seen him on like Zoom and that because he lives in America, and he came over to the UK with my brother, and I saw him and I looked into his face and I was like, you are so fucked. I just, like, the arrogance of bringing a child into the world in 2021 is unbelievable. It's like bringing condoms to a funeral, like you technically can. Should you?
What about you, Jamali?
I had 2 breakups, COVID twice, and I tried Spice for the first time. So it was low, then peak.
What about you, Susie? Been on the Spice?
I thought I was on the Spice when I seen a guy light a firework from his arse. Oh no, it's been a better year than 2020, but we're probably going to die in 2022.
I don't know if we'll die so much as just be hunkered down in some bunker somewhere. It might be okay. Have you had a good year, man?
Hunker down makes it sound sort of fun, doesn't it? Ooh, I think there's an enormous cloud on the horizon. Should we hunker down in the bunker? I think, yeah, it's been a good one for everyone. That could be watching cricket, that could be taking Spice. I mean, I've got a good connect for you. That's right, good. Well, I know some cricketers.
This sounds like an incredible podcast in the mix. I hate those little 5 minutes at the start of a podcast where they're having a bit of a laugh before they talk about the murder. I'm just like, we're obviously here to hear about the grisly murder. Stop flirting.
Not all podcasts are true crime podcasts, but I suspect that's probably where you go. They will be true crime.
The highlight of my year actually happened 2 weeks ago. I went for an eye test, and this just struck me as an incredibly Glaswegian thing to happen. But she went, your eyesight has deteriorated quite a bit, but I wouldn't worry about it. And I went, why not? And she went, because I'm not you. Tonight I'll be making a statement that sums up my view of the year, and that statement is, on the bright side, there are only 7 variants from communism. Border closures, vaccine mandates and lockdowns. The pandemic has posed complex questions about civil liberties that we've responded to by opening another bottle of red and asking what time line of duty starts. The year started with the inauguration of Joe Biden. The notion that Biden is better than Trump seems based on the fact that he looks more like a handsy uncle than a full-on rapist. Tensions rose with China and Russia, although the most likely cause of war is still Biden pressing the nuclear button thinking he's calling a nurse. Predictably, Boris Johnson was betrayed by Dominic Cummings, a man who looks like what would have happened if Gollum had used the ring as a cock piercing. There was a scandal around the expensive refurbishment of Johnson's flat in Downing Street. The driver in charge of redecorating the Prime Minister's flat had installed faulty plugs, replaced the curtains with tissue paper, and the fire alarm with a soothing voice that whispers, walk towards the flames. Towards the end of the year, Labour finally pulled ahead in the polls. But would life really be any better under Keir Starmer? Starmer basically has 2 stories. One is that his dad was a tool maker. Of course he was, he fucking made you, didn't he? And then he says that his dad used to work from 8 till 5, then he'd come home and have his dinner, then he'd go out and work again from 6 until 10 o'clock at night.
I hope that Keir Starmer has been interviewed one day, and it suddenly occurs to him that his dad was just going to the pub. My father was often so tired from work that he'd stagger home and piss in my wardrobe. No one's had a more disastrous 12 months than Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Allegations of a number 10 Christmas party were so damaging they even got seized upon by Ant and Dec. When you're pulled up on your parting by Ant McPartling. After a video of a press conference rehearsal was made public, the Prime Minister's aide, Allegra Stratton, quit. She appeared on her doorstep crying, which personally, just on a human level, I found very funny. One highlight of Boris Johnson's year was when he gave a speech on Peppa Pig that will be talked about for years to come, when it's shown to medical students to help them recognise the symptoms of a stroke. After the speech, the media asked if he'd gone too far, as if rambling on about Peppa Pig is the worst thing a Tory's ever done. It's not even the worst thing they've done to a pig. Here he is, stumbling through his notes before losing his thread completely.
With great local schools, with fantastic broadband, forgive it. Forgive it. Forgive it. Yesterday I went, as we all must, to Peppa Pig World. I don't know if you've been to Peppa Pig World. Who's been to, hands up anyone who's been to Peppa Pig World? Peppa Pig World is very much my kind of place. It has very safe streets, discipline in schools, heavy emphasis on new mass transit systems, I noticed, even if they're a bit stereotypical about Daddy Pig. Who would have believed, Tony, that a pig that looks like a hairdryer, or possibly a sort of Picasso-like hairdryer, would now be exported to 180 countries with theme parks both in America and in China.
It's just like a warning ad about the dangers of the whole thing is a sort of coded message to the Kremlin, isn't it, saying, I need an exit strategy now. Also, it's the CBI. What are they supposed to take from this? Well, I'm going to get out of the haulage industry and start writing stories about a raccoon. They're not a Peppa Pig crowd. They are classic Balamory crowd.
Do you know the thing? I don't have kids, right? But I've got kids in my family, and I've watched Peppa Pig, and Peppa Pig is an arsehole.
I actually found that really difficult to watch because I feel like Daddy Pig is what Carrie calls him in bed. And also when he starts, he's like, forgive me, nothing happens. Like, he doesn't lose his place in his nose. He doesn't drop anything. And I feel like the words have just turned into a scriptwriter's suicide note.
All he had to say was, just give me 2 seconds and he can't fumble. It's sort of like he dropped wine on his carpet so he bombed Norway. It's just like, all you have to do is say, give me 2 seconds, but you can't even do that. You have to go on and run about. But he did say Peppa Pig kind of looked like a hairdryer done by Picasso, and that was quite beautiful. But it would have been better if he didn't look like Francis Bacon drew a Yeti.
If that's what he's like delivering a speech to the CBI, can you imagine what he's like trying to work out how many children he has to buy Christmas presents for because he's fathered them?
I used to think that Boris had it all figured out. I used to be like a Boris truther, and I was like, he's got a master plan, he knows what he's doing, he's putting it on. And I feel like this year, this proves like beyond a shadow of a doubt that he hasn't got a clue. Like, the people that still think he's got it figured out would have to watch him like defecate at a podium to be like, this man isn't smart.
I think this people
bigger shit than Jeremy Corbyn would have done. Last night, I watched a television show where Emily Maitlis interviewed a wall of wood panelling. It wasn't until 8 minutes in that I realised Sir Keir Starmer was sitting in front.
If life is a highway, then Keir Starmer is the assistant manager of Newport Pagnell Welcome Break, just off the M1. He's been there for 6 years and never once had a birthday card from the team, despite always purchasing one for everyone to sign. Here's some Calvin's pictures of secure in a confrontation interview.
We've been out today to Concert County Durham to ask people for their views on your leadership. If I can tell you a little bit about that now.
Tell me what you think Keir Starmer can.
Don't know.
All I know is the Labour leading message.
I thought Labour was about, the people, the working class people and that, but I'm not too sure that's what he stands for.
What do you make of that?
Well, it reinforces my point that in the last 18 months I've not been able to get out and make the argument the way I wanted to. Just to give you a counter example. In Darlington, when you're next there with a camera, go and talk to the taxi rank drivers, because every time I've been through Darlington, I've been having a conversation. I stopped and talked to them about they were having a really tough time in COVID. I stopped at the time to talk to them. I actually went back to talk to them 2 or 3 weeks later. And they said Boris Johnson got off the train car and walked right past them without acknowledging them. And they said I stopped, talked to them, heard what they were saying, then came back. So actually, take your camera, I take this on the chin, take your camera to Darlington, the taxi drivers, and just ask them.
So, like, to summarise, the guy was sort of going, everyone thinks you're a prick, and he was like, not everyone. There's a taxi driver in Darlington, and he said, have a nice day at the end of the trip, so he must like me.
So his social circle is taxi drivers in Darlington who will speak to anybody if they're in their taxi.
He is the sort of person that taxi drivers hate. He stopped and had a long conversation with them and then not asked them to take him in.
Like everyone wants Keir Starmer to do something. Like every time like the Tories are involved with some speech and they're like, just Keir, go! Like even him, like that interviewer showing him footage of people being like, we don't know who you are or what you stand for. And he's like, well, this really reinforces my point that I can't do anything. And it's just like, he should be like an attack dog, trained his whole life for this, and instead he's just licking his balls.
But we might have a Labour government by default, mightn't we? Like, because they're ahead in the polls at the time of recording.
Yeah, but run by Keir Starmer.
At least Tories, you're getting Tory. With Keir Starmer, he's telling you Labour that he's pretty much supporting. Like, I'd rather someone fuck me in the arse than them not stroke my hair and tell me I'm prettier. Just give it to me if I
wish you'd told me that earlier.
You know the thing with Labour getting the power, they're just going to keep fighting. They're going to be worse than what Boris is with these backbenchers. Because the Labour Party don't particularly like him. They're still fighting over Blair, and half of them still blame Corbyn for everything. So
they're like cats, aren't they? You think they just all cats hate all other cats, don't they? And there's that sort of thing. You think, well, you two will get on. You both got sort of tails and whiskers and things like that. Whereas like Conservatives might not instinctively get on, but ultimately they believe in the same thing, don't they? So whatever happens, if something kicks off, then suddenly they couldn't be more united. If the leader quits, like 3 days later they've got a new leader. When Labour weren't happy with Jeremy Corbyn, they said, well, why don't we have a leadership conference in, I don't know, 4 months from now? Will that give everyone a chance to do all the things they need to do prior to then? Back in Europe or whatever, the left would field 5 candidates rather than 1, which is just a constant sprinting.
There's basically just West Side Story, and they just standing, clicking their fingers, with nothing happening.
The COP26 conference in Glasgow did at least give climate activists the opportunity to take centre stage. Insulate Britain managed to enrage London drivers by bringing sections of the M25 to slightly more of a standstill than usual. The protest seemed to particularly anger low-rent TV and radio hosts, none more so than talk radio's Mike Graham. Here he is, belligerently and dismissively interviewing a climate activist.
What are you glued to, Cameron?
Just your screen, unfortunately.
Unfortunately? What do you do for a living, Cameron?
I'm a carpenter.
Carpenter, right. So how safe is that for the climate?
Well, I work with timber, which is a much more sustainable material rather than concrete. I also
you work with trees that have been cut down then, don't you?
It's a sustainable building practice.
How is it sustainable if you're killing trees?
Because it's regenerative, you can grow trees.
Right. Well, you can grow all sorts of it, sure.
Well, you can't grow concrete.
You can. See you, Cameron. Cheers. That was Cameron. He grows trees and then cuts them down and then makes things from them. Brilliant. Marvellous.
To be fair, he sort of looks like he could shit concrete.
I really like Cameron, but he had that sort of energy, because a lot of people who are in the front lines of the climate movement are maybe less self-assured and that, less confident. But I was looking at him and I was like, you get loads of eco-turn. Like you are. He was like, it's a sustainable practice, and I was like, no, I bet it is, you bad boy.
Is there such thing as eco-food?
Eco-food.
Is there like eco-food?
Yes, please.
No, I'm going to start recycling. This guy, what's he called? Mike Graham. Mike Graham. And so he literally says you can grow anything, and he says you can't grow concrete in the sea. Yes, you can. And then follows one of, I think, the greatest silences. That's the sort of, I mean, can you give a silence to knighthood? I mean, that's the absolute beauty of it. Two people there who think they won an argument. Only one of whom is right. I think it's fair. It's fair to say it.
Do you know what? I think if Boris had stayed in journalism, he would have a programme on that station, without doubt.
He would. He could host the Forgive Me hour every day between. Coming up after these messages, I will be pleading for your forgiveness, sincerely. Yet again. Welcome back. Let's have a look at the weather. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me.
No one has epitomised the decline of public life more than former Health Secretary and current wanker Matt Hancock. He can't even get off with someone properly. He touched that woman's arse with all the passion of a blind man trying to work out if his guide dog's asleep or dead. Here, the chirpy Hancock is forced to defend himself from shouting journalists in this blink and you'll miss it clip.
Are you hopeless, Mr. Hancock? I don't think so.
Well, watch it one more time. What happens is the journalist shouts, "Are you hopeless, Mr. Hancock?" And he replies, "I don't think so."
Are you hopeless, Mr. Hancock? I don't think so.
I just like that hopeless is the closest he's got to a compliment.
That's like the absolute massive story. The car's gone off and... I don't know. I don't think... No, I wonder if I am... Actually, maybe that's quite a good way of describing me. I mean, some people call me evil. I'm not evil. I don't want to hurt people, but I try and make things better, but I don't make things better either. I end up with my feet stuck in buckets and my hands glued to the bathroom cabinet. And yeah, maybe I am hopeless, actually, and maybe that could be my thing.
He looks like the only people who take his calls nowadays are the Samaritans. And even they, like, start with, "What is it now, Matt?"
I'm surprised there's not a bumper sticker on that Range Rover. Don't come knocking when the Range Rover is walking. The type of thing Matt Hancock would say.
Where was he going at speed? Where is he wanted?
Well, it's either someone ringing up and saying, "Can you get here quickly?" or some other people where he was said, "Can you leave here quickly?"
Conspiracy theorists call COVID a hoax. A hoax which all the countries of the world, even the ones at war with each other, have agreed to maintain, but decided to allow your auntie to have access to the truth to post on Facebook. Gillian McKeith says that unvaccinated semen will be as valuable as Bitcoin. I've got both on my computer. There are still some who refuse to believe that the pandemic is anything other than a huge conspiracy. Here's one persistent COVID denier, along with some concerned colleagues serving his own brand of bullshit legal justice to a very patient NHS worker.
I would have serving you today. You and back home. I'd like to take that. Now about someone take the documentation.
Yes, you do. Usually.
You can find it. You will claim the Declaration for the Protection of Children. Right. Moto Caprio, you've probably not heard of this one, but you guys all have liability. You believe that you can hide behind the NHS and you can't be held in your personal capacity. Well, the Pope is head of the businesses across the world, and he stripped your liability in 2013. So the exclusive I'm accepting on behalf of the NHS. Keeping children safe in education, and the most important one, which is all of the evidence to prove that coronavirus is an absolute pandemic hoax, that you are operating illegally and you are committing crimes against humanity, and by continuing to enforce and continuing to propagate this lie, you are essentially a target. All of this will be served via a Royal Mail as well, and it will be followed up upon by lawyers. I suggest getting lawyers to have a look at that, because it is all legally binding paperwork. So you've essentially been served up to it.
Should we just come and just drop it all into the bed? People like to think that, oh, I know the truth. You don't. Only a select few of us are smart enough to understand what's like really going on. And it feels like it's they hold on to other realities because the real world is fast different things. And there's no one in control of it. It's all control of the chaos. Merry Christmas. Do you think you took him more or less seriously at the point at which you mentioned the Pope being told? I couldn't work out if that was a clinch or not. I think that's in the culture. We do hold mail to the post, yes. You've got to put a little card through the letterbox of the back and making sure that he knows it's here, okay?
See, if you were trying to portray yourself as a sub-culture legal hotshot, would you be dressed like you would shoplifting from Sports Direct? Because there's a reason that barristers wear cloaks and wigs, and they don't walk about with just eating Xbox for 12 hours.
Also, they didn't know quite all the stuff that he knew at front, and they're just the phrases they recognised, they repeated, sort of like the badgers in Wind in the Willows at the back there. It's legally binding, isn't it? It's right, it's legally binding, that's right, legally binding. That's the only thing.
I hope he ends up back there with a broken leg. She's like, I'll get you painkillers, and I've got a lot of paperwork to get through.
He's got to send an email to the Pope. Yeah. You might rate him, but he doesn't pick up his mail.
With a cap on visitors, some people will be able to see their elderly relatives in care homes this Christmas. On the bright side, you can tell them it's Christmas when you go in March. One breakout from the pandemic was Deputy Chief Medical Officer Jonathan Van Tan, who was the typical Tan Van Tan launching into one of his reassuring yet tortured analogies about the state of the world. So, to me,
different from the Wuhan original strain, and we've had to use our subs off the bench to keep us in the game. But we're well in the game. Omicron is like now picking up a couple of yellow cards to key players on top. We may be okay, but we're kind of starting to feel at risk that we might go down to 10 players. And if that happens, or if that's a risk that it's going to happen, then we need everyone on the pitch to up their game in the meantime. We're not going to wait for the red card to happen, we're going to act decisively now.
We're also 150,000 nil down, and everyone in this stadium is dead, and they might put another 2.5 million past us in extra time. And we're going on to play Ebola in the playoffs.
Trying to seem like a lad, like at the start, because as you know, I love football. So we're like, we don't know who you are!
Or it is his way of communicating throughout whole life, and even in the bedroom, he says in footballing terms, I am about to streak from the bathroom to the bed. I will attempt to tackle you outside the area. Because we really have to say is just like, oh yeah, COVID's getting a bit mad. Take your booster, innit?
Austria is one of the countries with the lowest vaccination rates. This nonchalant news report showcases an unusual solution to boost vaccine interest in Vienna.
Come for the vaccine. Today, for a little something extra, Vienna Bronco is providing COVID-19 vaccinations and giving those who take up the offer a 30-minute session with a close lady of their choice if they get the vaccine at the Untitled clinic. That convinced Gerhard, long after the tweet, to come
I don't know how I feel about the fact that some Austrian guy came for a rim job gets offered the vaccine before most of Africa.
I just think we should stop like rewarding men for stubbornness, like rewarding men for sex, like wear a mask, hand job, use hand sanitizer, blow job, booster, that stuff.
I think one of the worries is there's like people who get vaccinated 75 times.
But it gives you something to do, I suppose, for that 15 minutes. You're going to just sit there after.
Also, could you imagine doing that in this country? Just the elderly population death toll is through the roof. Just all these old guys that have been shagged to death.
I don't think it would sort of work in our system, would it? I mean, I got my booster from a very nice retired GP called Glenn. I mean, if he'd had to give me a happy ending, I don't think he'd have
Back in April, US President Joe Biden announced the withdrawal of all US troops from Afghanistan. As the fragile Afghan government crumbled, foreign embassies closed and diplomatic staff were evacuated in the messiest withdrawal since the punchline about Prince Andrew that our lawyers have advised us is unusable. The Taliban were left to wonder about the decadent lifestyles of the Westminster class. Here's an eye-opening Sky News report from the ruins of a failed occupation.
But in the nearby Canadian embassy grounds, where they found bags and bags of empty bottles of alcohol, the Taliban seemed less inviting.
They must have had a lot of money to drink this much. They used to eat good food, get drunk, and then have sex with each other.
A curious tortoise was still wandering around the Canadian embassy grounds, and the Taliban aren't quite sure what to do with him.
See, I like to think that that tortoise had escaped from a Canadian embassy sex conflict. And the Taliban had released it, and now it will do anything for the Taliban, and it will become the world's slowest suicide bomb. And someone will see the tortoise coming to us and go, does that have a digital clock on its back? Set to 60 months.
It's probably now an ashtray. Thank you.
That tortoise is the highest ranking Western diplomat in Afghanistan.
I think that it shows you the level of like their conservatism though, because they've never like lived like, they're not worldly, do you know what I mean? Like they haven't gone to a liquid empty in Slough, like they don't know what's going on in the Western world. And it's that thing of like, there's a couple bottles of Bombay and they go, look at these rich pricks, they were fucking eating shit, like they were mental. Like they think it's like someone's dad, they think a night out is like a decent hangover.
Now, there are many unanswered questions about the royal family, like which of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse will be riding Princess Anne. It's been a hard year for the Queen, having to decide which home to not work from. I think she'll be with us for a good few years yet. By the time Charles becomes king, he'll be so old that after his coronation it'll hardly be worth him losing his secret.
Well, first of all, Peter died
words of what those words mean, because I'm not fucking Googling it.
I think it's a real red flag knowing the distinction. Like, knowing how to be like, oh, a fibber is different like you are, showing your ass.
The other guests, they don't look remotely anxious to get involved in that conversation.
It looked like they were thinking if I stay still enough, I can pretend that I was just viewing a photo. I don't think it helps with the word with the paedophile. Sounds like someone saying paedophile when they're drunk. Feminine paedophile. What?
But his sort of catch-all as well, I mean, he was a bad man. You know, if that's your way of simplifying the term, being a bad man is quite a big umbrella term. But paedophile is, of course, one of the offences you must be guilty of. They call a bad man. Someone said two puddings, bad man. He's a paedophile, also a bad man. You two should sit together.
I embrace modernity as much as the next person. With my Google contact lenses, it seems like I'm looking into the camera. All I can see is the augmented reality sex offer the algorithm has constructed to gratify my sexual whims, based on a decade of my Google searches and a lifetime ban from every wildlife sanctuary north of the River Trent. Whenever Mark Zuckerberg, the head of Facebook, seems conversational stiff and uneasy, it's worth remembering that he's peering out through metal eyes at a digital waterfall of numbers that his silicon brain has to interpret into trees, houses and people. Here's a dystopian clip of the billionaire cyborg failing the Turing test during his stilted product launch.
We've believed for a long time that glasses are going to be an important part of building the next computing platform and unlocking a whole new set of experiences. The front of the glasses has two 5-megapixel cameras built. You can activate the camera with a push of a button on the side of the frame. A tap starts recording video, or you can tap and hold it to take a photo. I'm excited to have Rocco Basilico, the Chief Wearables Officer at EssilorLuxottica, here with me today.
I'm so excited to be able to do today and finally launch Ray-Ban Stories. The brand is being embraced by generations of eyes, rebels that challenge the status quo. Ray-Ban Stories is more than just an update on a classic plate. A shared vision with Facebook in which smart glasses let more people live in the moment. Like Rock was so Italian, it was almost racist. You look right. Yeah, it looks like you could stand under a shower and just absorb it all. This is why he's trying to get all this data on humanity, so he can learn how to do it. I mean, who wants glasses to record their life? I can barely bear to watch it as it happens. I just think that's going to be a situation where you just have women shouting at men in the street. But literally just brought in laws to get rid of voice obstructing and stuff like that. Now they're like, right, so we can't do that anymore, so what we need to do is give guys glasses with a little record button. That'll work the treat. Fuck off, you creepy bastard. That was them trying to be normal, and it looked like a guy with a haircut that looks like he'd been prepped for the bottom. Talking to, what's a chief wearables officer? Imagine being able to say that.
You're going to get the dogs when they come out.
Oh yeah. The United States is still haunted by Donald Trump, looking like the suit Buffalo Bill was sewing in Silence of the Lambs. Sadly, he's favourite for the next election, partly due to the fact that Joe Biden looks like he could be taken out by a badly timed thermostat. But it's not just American politics that's teetering on the brink of insanity. QAnons and a ring of satanic paedophiles have infiltrated our governments and secretly run the world. That's pretty much the only thing we agree on. Here we see charismatic pastor Larry Gators. Gators, with his minimalist production values, leaves everybody in no doubt about how he thinks we ended up.
The past 6,000 historical pattern
manipulated by manipulators whose sole intent is to manipulate manipulation as being manipulated. I want you to hear me tonight. Walk with me. Our entire historical pattern has been manipulated by manipulation as being manipulated. Our history has been fully manipulated by manipulators whose sole intent is to manipulate manipulation. Thank you, Pastor Eli.
He makes, I think, a very fair point. I think the blood of Christ has given him dimension.
Why have you set the camera so high up? You sort of look like a minion.
You can't see the fact that his arms, his sleeves are actually buckled to his sides.
I was trying so hard to understand what he said. I feel like if you copied out the speech and put it in Google Translate, it would not detect it as English. He said manipulation about 1,700 times. And then when it came to saying the word pattern, he went, pattern.
Presumably someone who's manipulated us into talking about his stuff about manipulation.
But that manipulation itself was done by a manipulator.
Why the two manipulate?
Manipulate both us and the manipulator.
Well, and we've put that to bed.
Broad reality, yeah.
Farewell 2021. Well, that's the end of the show. Thanks to my guests, Miles Jack, Sophie Cooper, Jamal Maddox and Susan McCray. But before I go on, I'd like to leave you with this thought. The proper thing to reflect on at the end of any year is the ageing of things, the decay of our political systems, bodies and planet. The real test of ageing is the beanbag. Once you have the commando roll out of the beanbag, it's pretty much all over. They should develop a beanbag that just euthanises people. If you spend more than an hour in it, it starts to fold around you and suffocate you, and then zips itself up like a body bag. I'm determined to choose the manner of my death. The front runner is wet in the bed and drip.
listening to the BBC World Service.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Auckland is being lit up tonight as New Zealand welcomes in 2022 with thousands of revellers gathered to watch fireworks displays across New Zealand. Crowds have been allowed bouncing off the Auckland Harbour Bridge. Many other New Zealanders have headed to festivals to dance the night away and ring in the new year. Back home, and a unique Welcome to Country has provided the soundtrack for the first fireworks display on Sydney Harbour. There have also been fireworks displays in other cities across the country, and while the displays are going ahead in Perth, music festivals have been cancelled and nightclubs have been shuttered because of COVID restrictions. First Nations artist Black Douglas has curated a 10-minute Welcome to Country fireworks display in Sydney. The nation's leaders are wishing Australians a safe and happy 2022, as political reporter Claudia Long explains.
In his annual New Year's message, Prime Minister Scott Morrison says Australians should be optimistic about the coming year.
Australia is stronger today than we were a year ago, and we're safer. We have one of the lowest death rates and the highest vaccination rates from COVID anywhere in the world.
And after a tough year of lockdowns and border closures, Anthony Albanese is hoping families and friends can get back together.
People have been isolated, often for long periods of time. So let's hope 2022 brings health and happiness for all.
2022 will see both leaders facing off in an election campaign.
The federal government has acted on criticism that it's overseen a relaxation of restrictions without securing adequate supply of rapid antigen tests. New rules agreed on yesterday define a close contact as someone who spent 4 hours or more with a confirmed case in a household-like setting. Confirmed cases and close contacts would have been required to take rapid antigen tests on day 6. That's been scrapped today. It's after the federal opposition questioned the availability of rapid tests. Government frontbencher Bridget McKenzie says they've followed the public health advice.
We need to trust the science. The reason we all rushed out and got vaccinated was because it was going to protect us. And it was going to stop us either dying from COVID or minimise the risk of that, obviously. And that's exactly what you're seeing in the numbers.
South Australia is relaxing travel requirements for interstate and overseas arrivals. The state recording more than 2,000 new cases. Here's Evelyn Manfield.
South Australia has recorded 2,093 new infections, with 44 people in hospital. 2 COVID-positive aged care residents have also died. The cause of death is under investigation. Nearly 26,000 tests were taken, but Premier Stephen Marshall says half of those were asymptomatic.
There was a drop, but it's still too high.
Authorities have also relaxed rules for international arrivals who, as of midnight, don't need to quarantine if they're double dosed. Other changes include scrapping the interstate safe as well as removing rapid antigen tests for interstate arrivals.
A fire that's been burning east of the South Australian town of Rattenbully into Victoria has now been downgraded to watch and act. The grass fire, which has been threatening properties around the Victorian township of Pelagelo, is still not under control, but the Country Fire Authority in Victoria says firefighters have been able to slow the spread of the fire for now. They say it can change at any time and the situation is still dangerous. A man's died after a cliff face at a popular surf beach in Victoria collapsed.
The 30-metre cliff at Bells Beach in the state's southwest gave way just after 2 o'clock local time. Debris fell on 3 people who were sitting below. The 28-year-old man had to be winched out, but he died while he was being lifted to hospital. 2 others received only minor injuries and will be taken to hospital in July. And repeating our top story, New Zealanders have welcomed in 2022. Fireworks in Auckland.
Happy New Year,
New Year's Eve celebrations are continuing.
Happy New Year, Aotearoa. Happy New Year, Aotearoa. Like many of you, I think I am really glad to put 2021 behind us, and one of the best things I'm looking forward to this year is just starting a new year afresh. Enjoy your holidays. Happy New Year, everyone. Here's to a fantastic 2022.
To the New Year's Day weather across the country. Brisbane showers and 27, currently 22. In Sydney tomorrow it'll be mostly sunny and 29, right now 22. Canberra will start the year with a sunny 31. It's 18 in the capital at the moment. Melbourne tomorrow will be hot and sunny 37. It's currently 25. Partly cloudy and 26 tomorrow in Hobart, 16 at the moment. In Adelaide tomorrow, partly cloudy and 34, right now 28. In Perth tomorrow, it'll be sunny and 30. It's currently 25 degrees. And in Darwin tomorrow, possible showers, 33 the maximum. Right now, it is 29 degrees. That is the latest ABC News. It's time now to head back to our broadcast partners at BBC.
I hope you've had a wonderful Christmas break. Looking forward to 2022 and everything that it has to offer. Hopefully that's from COVID related at all in any way. But anyway, bring on 2022. Are we looking forward to 2022?
Absolutely. So Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
2021. Oh. Hey New Zealand, it's Manny McLean. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. This is pre-recorded because I'm definitely a couple of gins deep at this point of New Year's. Have a fantastic time celebrating. Cannot wait for 2022. Bring on the international travel again. Bring on some more freedom. Bring on a good year. See you soon. Morning everyone. I say morning because Friday is incredible work of talking to technology. I'm already in 2022. I'm about 7 or 8 hours ahead of you guys. And let me tell you, the year has already begun better than 2021, which admittedly is a low bar. But nonetheless, the news from the future is good. Yeah. Happy New Year, Aotearoa.
Righteousness is a great way to bring in the new year. And remember,
always growing the pie.
experiences an unparalleled broadening that's horizon. Before a billion years of reflexes, it pulled into a sphere, land, and bounced through the open window by my bed onto the snow outside. As it rolls downhill,
gathering speed and focus, what the valley boss are called the flattens a chalet. A chalet where I have anonymously invited all who have wronged me throughout my life. The luxury weekend, deploying the timeless lure of fondue and oral. Although if you're watching and you've just got the invite, it really is just a weekend of fondue and oral. In Britain, our political system is dying, and the quality of our politicians is a morbid symptom. Take our Prime Minister. Recent polls show his popularity is declining, and he's losing support in Commons. Can we really expect compassion from someone like Johnson, a man whose earliest memory will be getting pushed onto the gravel drive of a boarding school from a moving car? Perhaps capitalism itself is now weak potential, with billionaires heading off to save the few inevitable class. Jeff Bezos went up there with his brother. I didn't want them to die, right? I wanted the straps that were holding them down to cut into them both and constrain them. So when they got to zero gravity, their corpses would start bobbing about in the compartment and go into each other's mouths. I didn't want them to die, I wanted them to get safely back there and to be real forever.
Hello everyone, I'm Donald Green and welcome to this special edition of Mock the Week, where we look back on the events of 2021. What a year it was. There were riots in Washington, COVID lockdowns, and best of all, somebody shot Hugh Dennis in the face. Great days. Hope you enjoy looking back. Happy New Year and see you in 2022. Our next item is called Picture of the Week. I should have had a topical image and asked them to tell me what has happened. So, what is going on here? All in there. You're out for a stag do, everybody's up for a party, and the groom wants to go to a museum. Is this the one kid who takes it too far on non-uniform day? It's the annual meeting of guys who own lizards.
It was a disappointing turnout for the first ever straight pride. Is this a sneak peek at the next season of Queer Eye?
This is a visual representation of the replies to any woman's tweet.
Yes! Yes!
The quote on the right-hand side is going, look, this is where the tour begins, but if you get lost, just look for the flag. Is that bloke at the edge of the picture on the right? Is that the dad that's driving them there at that? I just love the idea that they might all be just thinking to themselves, now they'll take us seriously.
You know what's a real shame is that the guy in the middle is actually quite attractive. Why are the good ones always gay or white supremacists?
That old phrase. Yes. This is the Virgin of the Year award. Just out of shots. This is a load of Trump supporters storming the Capitol building in Washington. Absolutely right. Thank you very much, Jen Farrow. This is a picture of some of the rioters inside the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. After a speech from Donald Trump, many of the supporters marched to the Capitol and forced their way in to disrupt the certification of Joe Biden as the next president. Can I say then that this is all because he challenged the result, right? And I think you just have to take these things gracefully. I win this show every week. Normally by a landslide. Now you quite often give it to the other side, but I just take it. I tried phoning you for an hour. Yes, that's what this will all PowerPoint didn't distort this week's Eurovision Song Contest. Jane, you and some effort. sniffing the bus. I also sniffing the bus is weird, but that's the way to make sure she can handle it. But they all head on the bus and just get a bit of smash when they look up back. They're looking way around. I'm sorry, I don't want to know about the bus of the bus. No.
world linking their arms to sing it on that occasion. And you find after that then you get French translations, Spanish translations, Greek translations, or versions of the song that are basically linked to Scouting.
This year, Scots are again being asked by the government to avoid celebrating Hogmanay in the traditional manner, but when the time comes, this song will sound sweeter than ever.
By Jonathan Savage. Army news again. Tens of thousands of people in the US state of Colorado have fled a sudden winter wildfire. And that's it for now from the news.
This is the BBC World Service with the story of a groundbreaking television channel.
Has shot dead a Palestinian man. The army says he was attempting a knife attack on soldiers and civilians at a bus stop in the occupied West Bank. New Zealand has marked the start of 2022, leading the world's New Year celebrations. The country has recently eased COVID restrictions, meaning crowds are able to gather in Auckland for the first time since August. BBC News.
It was one of those days where I asking questions like, am I United this rubbish because they've been off for a couple of weeks? I'm thinking, surely you don't get that for just be having a wee rest.
I've looked up, and it was now.
it's a question of the number of antibodies that get thrown at that virus that boosts the
We also have another correlation immune system to believe that the new virus antigen or protein can affect what your repertoire as opposed to normal family tissue.
Also on the programme last January, graduate researcher Ali Sweeney at the University of Washington, who over previous months has developed a system for culturing every possible mutant, the active part of the spike protein which gets targeted by antibodies.
So we're looking at the design which is one part of the spike protein, and we make this huge library containing every possible mutation in the receptor binding domain.
When you say every possible one, this is you know which one can be used, or you can even guess at ones that haven't.
We make every mutation that could happen, even ones that haven't been seen yet in nature. We want to not be just reactive and trying to get mutations one at a time as we see them, but to instead look prospectively and look at potentially 4,000 different mutations in the receptor binding.
So when Lisa showed up, she saw mutations she was already familiar with, but she kept watching as new variants popped up over the years, seeing familiar features again and again, one by one, until now, overcome.
This RBD has 15 mutations, and a lot of them we would predict based on our previous experiments would either increase binding to the receptor or reduce antibody binding. We didn't know exactly what the effect would be of all 15 altogether.
One aspect that really interesting.
What about 3 doses of a vaccine? Will that provide more? Should a specific vaccine be developed? What about people who've been previously infected with different variants? So if you were infected with the Delta variant and vaccinated, is your susceptibility to Omicron somewhat different? I think those kind of questions. And then also the future evolution of the virus. We're already, in some places, nearing the peak of the Omicron wave potentially, and what's going to come next after that?
Because there was a lot of discussion about something like Delta Plus before we covered Omicron.
Yeah, so we haven't actually finished all of our Delta experiments yet. I still have a pile of data to analyze, so
You've done the lab work, but you've got to work out whether it means anything.
yeah, we still have some statistics to figure out, yeah. But, I mean, essentially with the Delta variant, there was a lot of speculation about, well, maybe a variant off of the Delta background, like you're saying, one of these Delta Plus lineages might become the next dominant variant globally. That was one possibility. Or another possibility was that the next major variant could just come out of nowhere, and then it turns out that the latter is pretty much what happened.
So in principle, as well as looking at Omicron itself, what you manage to any of those mutations in the system, you can then look at mutants of Omicron as well. Is that right?
Exactly.
Where do we start?
Yeah, so we're interested in seeing how single mutations in the Omicron background could affect, once again, antibody binding.
I suspect people listening to this might think surely all the possibilities have been exhausted. This has had the virus had 2 years to try and test everything. But you don't think that would be a wise type of something?
I don't think Omicron is going to be the end of the story. And I don't even know. I think it's probably somewhat futile to guess at this point what the next variant after Omicron will be, but I wouldn't say that I'm confident that it'll be one mutation away from Omicron. It might be, once again, something else.
How
level, it's kind of like playing roulette with a pistol. You have one cylinder that's lethal, you spin the cylinder, and you put it to your head, and you have a good chance of making it each individual time, but eventually you're going to get mutations that are going to wreak havoc, like Omicron.
While Omicron's ability to evade prior immune protection and infect the vaccinated is one fearsome aspect of this multi-month virus, its speed of spread is another. Case numbers have been doubling every 2 days or so in the UK and elsewhere. There are legion accounts of super spreading events where everyone present has caught the virus, and as we heard 2 weeks ago, experiments in Hong Kong suggested the new variant can replicate in the upper airway tissue 7 times faster than Delta. We first spoke to Terry even 18 months ago when a single mutation called the D614 arose long before Alpha and the rest, and it seems to be involved in accelerating SARS-CoV-2 spread. He's since been scanning the coronavirus genome for other mutations that ease its route to our Earth.
I guess there are mutations that have a couple of different properties on a biochemical level that seem to be appearing again and again. One is that some of the mutations increase the strength of binding to the receptor. Some of the mutations seem to increase the efficiency by which the spike protein gets cleaved and processed by cellular proteases.
Because this is a multi-step thing when the virus contacts and then gets into the cell.
Yeah, the spike protein in the virus is like a very complicated machine. It has to undergo a number of transformations that allow the virus to survive in different environments and to attack susceptible cells that it needs to attack. The protein complex, the spike protein complex on the surface of the virus has to be able to accommodate all of these functions. And so if you make one change, say that increases the strength of binding to the receptor, that may compromise some other function in the protein. And therefore, you may need a kind of secondary mutation to maintain the viability.
I was speaking very recently to someone from Hong Kong using live tissue from these viruses, who was saying that it infected the upper airways 70 times faster than thought. I mean, I've not seen the data for that.
Intriguing results suggesting that Hong Kong has a distinct advantage in the upper airways, but a disadvantage in the lower airways. Of course, the upper airways are associated with transmission. The effect will be more associated with transmission in the lower airways. And it may be linked to expression of this principle temperature. The levels of temperature are quite low in the upper airways, but are higher in the lower airways. And that fits with the other experiments I mentioned, where we see that people are not particularly suited for using Tempest 2. In other words, it's not particularly suited for infecting lower airway cells, but potentially is more suited to upper airway cells.
It sounds rather like this, just as it was a year ago. This virus keeps on throwing up surprises that you're trying to play catch up.
Yes, I'm very surprised that the research findings couldn't predict it. There you go. And one
Superstars of the year, walking fast.
No matter whether you're a geneticist or a
biologist throughout the year with Victoria.
Don't underestimate this virus. It has shown us through the paradigm of chronic infection and variant concern that you can't predict what it's going to do.
A reminder of another lesson from last January. The questions about the new mutation
the new year
posed are a lot harder to answer. Another question much asked and
new year brings better behavior.
Other advantages Omicron has concerns the health effects of the variant. Reports repeatedly suggest it's less likely to lead to severe disease. But these are mostly from South Africa, where the case rate rose earlier. Julian Oliveira says health conditions are so different there, the rest of the world should avoid reading too much into those early hints.
But I don't know if it's not a secret area as well.
At the moment,
I'm not 100% sure what's happening, but I did go into some
potentially not the
secret
best
areas as well.
place in the world to estimate the clinical severity of that variant. And the reason for that is because we have a relatively young population. We also have very high levels of population immunity by infection, close to 80%, and vaccination around 40%. And we also have like three very severe waves that cause close to 300,000 deaths. So we have unfortunately lost a lot of the people that were likely to develop the clinical severity. In addition to that, we're in the middle of a very hot summer. So what we're going to have to learn about the clinical disease and severity will have to come from most the northern hemisphere, which now have large numbers of Omicron infections.
As infections turn into hospitalizations turn critical, and fatalities accumulate, the toll Omicron could inflict on all of us will become clearer. But what the year of variants has made clear is waiting for SARS-CoV-2 to do the kind thing for us and to turn mild is no way forward. If Alpha, if Omicron, then what else?
I don't know the answer.
Virologist Jeremy Lubin is worn out with trying to second-guess the virus.
You just don't know enough. I would say prior to Omicron, if you polled virologists who study SARS-CoV-2, I would say half of them would tell you that they thought the ability of this virus to mutate, escape from immune responses, and wreak havoc was finite, and that we were approaching that limit. And I would say the other half would tell you, well, the virus probably has a lot of that I haven't seen yet. So it was about 50-50. There had been kind of a lull in the sense that Delta had been dominant for so long. It's just one dominant, terrible virus.
I'm here to tell you what the second grade of fire looks like. Because you need special
the final blow. And then all of a sudden Omicron came and really shocked everybody. So I think all bets are off.
Likewise, Julio Oliveira still
that's funny, man.
where did you get a travel ban imposed on South Africa after they told the world about Omicron? Says a way forward is only possible with determined global effort.
The way we have to learn is that if we only take care of our own population, our own countries, our own borders, one, we are not even protecting our own population counts and borders. So, for example, it's quite ironic that South Africa suffered a very severe travel ban, which is very damaging because we are basically in the end of the world. After us is just penguins and whales. We are in the end of the continent, and we depend on planes for reagents, for medicines, for goods, for the economy. And then it's quite ironic that after the country that put us the most extreme travel ban in the beginning, the UK, is the one that has the highest number of Omicron cases. So just to prove that just thinking about oneself and one population will not even protect oneself and one population, and it is time that we treat more than ever this pandemic as a global problem, and that we support every single country in the world to get rid of this virus. Otherwise, it's going to come and keep fighting us.
As we wind up 2021, all the time and action here on the BBC, we're still with more